Don't forget to tune in on Monday nights. You got Monday Madness, and we bring some of these same guests back every week. New people, other podcasters. We cover everybody. We want everybody to get exposure. That is what we do. Join the madness. What's up, peoples? Yeah, I'm really here. What's happening? I gotta fix my camera because I'm just like sort of behind right now. I was playing with stuff in the background and really messed too much, but you know, we do what we do. We got a good show for you tonight. We got Dustin Brunell, and he's got a guest with him. We're going to talk about the listener wins weep, the listener book too. Oh, quit moving, camera. You bet. The platform my camera is in is not going to stay. It's going to fall down sometime tonight, I promise you. That's just how the week has been. But hey, we're here. We're ready. And let me tell you what. If you ain't bleeding, you ain't trying hard enough. What's up, Dustin?
What's going on, Pops? How are you, man?
Brother. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one a lot.
I like it a lot, too. I agree. It's pretty dope.
There it is. TheListenerComics.com. Dustin, how you doing, brother?
Man, we're great, man. We're really, really good. We're we're working on Win Sweep and whatnot, and we just wrapped it up a week and a half ago. So that's all done, getting ready to put out for the Kickstarter. We've got 22 days left on the Kickstarter. We're 66% of the way through. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Where'd you come from?
He's listening, man. That's what's up. Nice shirt.
He gets in all of it, dude.
I hear you. Well, it's good, man. Starting young. I love it. So we just finished up, the campaign for the first book about a month ago. We pushed into book 2. We're trying to make the listener a bi-monthly series because people have to wait so long for their comics anymore that we were just like, I don't want people to have to wait that long for their books. So we've been pushing, putting out the content. You read my first one. You've got a copy of my second one.
Whoa, and guess what I did earlier? Yes, I did. Man, you know what I think. I'm just like, God. This is like one of this and that one that I covered the other day, Life of Cora, the two most unique books out here right now.
I love it.
As far as storyline goes, as far as catching you in something, you're just not like, this ain't your normal story.
Right.
Those two books have just blown me away, man.
I love it. That's another great book too, man. Cora's a great book. I'm telling you.
That's Dustin's friend. We're gonna bring him out in a minute. Give us like, he's running my show, man.
I love it.
Andreas, how you doing, man?
Hey, Andy, we can't hear you, brother.
How about now?
Now you're good.
Beautiful. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Grandson's taking over my show. He's like, bring dude out, man. Come on.
What's up, man?
There you go.
That's awesome.
Andy is a buddy of mine, and he's also read, oh my gosh, he's read almost every script I've put out so far. He's read books from the second series we're putting out, and Andy's demoing Road to Sin with us right now on Friday nights, so that's really
exciting. It's a blast.
And he's also got a crazy TikTok. If you want to, blast that TikTok out for us real quick, man. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I do a little bit of comedy. I'm starting to switch the gears. When I first started, I was doing more music trends and that kind of thing, but I'm actually getting more into the nerd content because that's what I've always had at heart. Call us a nerd. It's true love, whether it be Star Wars, Star Trek, comic books, video games, whatever. It encompasses everything. So I'm pushing more of that. It's right there in the name, at Blue Collar Nerd with a 3 for the E.
I love that.
Come check it out. Have some fun, man. We're growing. I'm going to be helping promote. I'm actually going to do a cosplay for one of the characters coming up. I'm not going to drop any names because he hasn't been revealed yet. But I'm really excited to get that one going. And it's going to be a good time, man.
Yeah, man. Well, we're glad you could hang out with us. Pops is a good dude, man. He does a lot of fun stuff.
I appreciate you guys having me.
Oh, we're glad you're here, man.
Dustin, you're going to ruin my reputation, son. Don't be telling everybody.
I have to be honest, man. I have to be honest. We just got Marissa Pope's I'll show you guys real quick. We just got
Oh,
one of
it's
those.
gorgeous, man.
Uh,
Oh my God.
I'm going to try to do this without showing off too much of everything going on. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick.
You just let me know when you want me to bring it up, so I don't pull up something you don't want to show off.
Can you see that one?
Oh yes, I've already seen that one.
Yep. So we've got that one. I don't know why the background's not loading right now. That's super weird. But it's we've got 3 variants of that particular cover that will be shown here shortly.
Okay, now he wants to know who it is. Who is that?
So that is Lon. We met Lee in the first issue,
Right.
the young girl that Addie saved from Sonny in the first issue.
Right.
Lon is the older sister. She plays a key role in the second book. And we don't get to see a lot of her, but she does something really important, to continue the book for us. So she'll be a big part of the next 4 or 5 issues, so make sure you guys are paying attention. If you like a strong female lead for a little bit, you'll definitely get that with her. She's very interesting. And you can definitely see where the little sister gets the attitude and stuff from. She definitely gets it from the older one. Lon is in her backstory a little bit. She's promised to a family, and it's a very big deal for a young Chinese woman to be promised to someone. It helps their family, it helps their way of life in general. So we wanted to make sure that we gave this character the education that she would need and have, even though she came from a poor upbringing. Her family would make sure she had the best of the things that they could.
I don't know. What do you say when bullets bounce off bones?
I don't know. You see a lot of that in the list.
Dodge.
Ow!
Oops.
Thanks for not breaking. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. So for those of you guys that aren't familiar with the listener, Pops was one of the first people that got his hands on my first book. It is a story about a gentleman that's a veteran in World War II, and he's based on my great uncle. My great uncle was one of the first Native American Green Berets, and we take that and we run with it and we swap it up just a little bit, to make it a little bit more approachable for a book series, or a comic book series, as well as a novel, because I'm writing one of those right now too. But it's very in your face, and we want you to learn things. We want you to gain things from the stories that my uncle used to tell us about the things that he went through, as a veteran, and the experiences he had. But we're so desensitized, right, to horror and to blood and to gore. One thing that you'll notice in our books is I don't use language very often, if at any, in my first book or my second book. And I think that's a way for me to be able to embrace, cool little dudes like that. You know what I mean? To be able to bring them in so they can check some cool stuff out without getting too much that they don't need to hear, read, or see. That's not to say that the listeners for the faint of heart, because it's not a promise. I tell you, When Winds Weep broke my heart. Writing that story broke my heart, and it was, but I had to take you to a place that was different than the first book, right? I had to show you a different side of my storytelling. I can make you cry as much as I can make you jump up and down and leap for joy. We wanted to make sure that we put that out there. A big thing about Native American culture is the spirituality, and with the listener, we touch into that a lot. I want to educate people on spirituality, not just with Native American, but theologies from all over the world. So that starts leaking into the listener here and there. And we start getting into this overarching tale in the second book. And Addie gains the abilities of the listener, which is a very interesting thing that we don't see in comic books most of the time. He's not a superhero. I need to get that out there, like right off the bat. We don't have a superhero comic book. My wife and I joked about it being old tales for a new generation is how we were looking at. We thought that was cool between the two of us. She edits everything I get, so I promise you guys aren't going to get anything that's garbage because she'll beat me. But it's very. Brian said it the other day on a show. He was like, "It's just metal. The whole thing is so metal." And I was like, you know what? It really is. And it's probably because I'm jamming to Pantera and stuff while I'm writing this stuff. You know what I mean? That's probably where a lot of it comes from. Little Lamb of God here and there. You know what I mean? Whatever. We're in it. And it's very in your face, in a way that makes you think about situations you're in your daily life. Not all the stories that we write about in the listener are to the letter what Lest would tell us about. I appreciate that, John. It's a lot of fun, man. It really is. And you can, like I said, run over to the Kickstarter, check it out. There, we've done some really cool packages where you can make sure you get book 1 at a discount with book 2 and stuff like that. For everybody, for all of our cover artists, and we've got some killer ones. I mean, you've got a bunch of them that are big fans of the madness in there. Adam Fields is a huge one. He's on my team. He's a great guy. How's it going?
Hey, Jim.
Adam Fields does covers for us. He does beautiful pieces. The image behind that you can see right behind the background is the one on the left is 11 by 17, and I'll show that to you guys. Hold on real quick. I'll bring it up. An 11 by 17 by David Acampo. Hey, Kevin, how's it going, man?
Mr. Kevin Gillette, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, sir?
Oh, hanging in there.
Welcome to the madness.
All we can do.
You know all about the madness. You build it all.
Oh, no. That's a team effort, bro. That's a team effort. But, yeah, go ahead and catch us up on the 11 by 17, man. That's some killer art that he's got displayed up.
Wow.
That's
yeah.
Campo's Addy versus Sonny. It's a promo piece that we had him do, and we turned it into a poster. We're really excited to have that one. And he also did this one for us that was also beautiful. This is a poster as well. That you
like that one, huh?
Yeah. I'm sure he does. This is one of my favorites out of the two I've got.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of mine, yeah.
These are on the Kickstarter as well. You can pick them up for $20 a piece. They are a limited run, or you can add them onto any Kickstarter, or not any Kickstarter, but any pledge you have currently. David also did hold on. I didn't mean to do that. I'll show you this one too. I'll show you his cover. He did a beautiful cover for us. David Acampo, guys, he's of Marvel fame, DC fame. I mean, you name
he's
it.
A beast.
He's done it. And he's an awesome part of our team. Really excited to have him with us. This is his cover.
That's another one of my favorites there.
Right? A lot of fun, which is a homage to Turok from back in the day.
I knew I caught that in there.
Right?
Oh yeah, it's kind of gets me when it goes a comic that I was looking at in high school is now back in the day. So
Russell.
Hey, Russell.
Right. I get you.
Got me feeling old, man.
Oh no, not in the least. But speaking of covers, we go into we've got some beautiful ones. This is Adam Fields.
Yeah, that's Adam's cover.
I love that as well. It came out really, really beautiful, man.
He did for it. Look.
Oh, he's Adam's a monster, man. And speaking of Inked and Adam Fields, here's the exclusive for Inked from Adam.
Look at that.
I mean, I love that. That came out stunning.
I got Adam Fields right here.
I know you do. You've got some cool stuff of his in there.
I got Adam Fields all over the house, man.
right? I know you do. Well, like you said, we're working on the Kickstarter right now for Win Wins Week. We're at 66%. We've done some things differently this time. Now that we've got a few more products under our belt, we've done what's called the Tribal Gathering, which is one of every copy of book 1 and book 2. So it's really exciting for us to be able to give you guys a full package with the entire series in it right now. I don't think we have many. I think we have 8 of those left. There weren't many because of the DeBalfo covers for book 1 were kind of, they were going pretty quick. But that being said, we've also got some cool stuff we're doing for retailers. if you guys have any questions, if you're a retailer, make sure you message me on Facebook or you hit me up on Kickstarter, or you can go to Kevin or anybody else on our team and they'll be able to help you out. Speaking of team, Inked is my management team. I'm very thankful for them. They're super helpful. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I've got 4 books that I'm writing currently and a game. I would literally lose my mind without their backing. I really appreciate their help.
We appreciate the kind words, man.
Absolutely.
Why don't you go ahead and take a minute, Kevin, and tell people what Ink is all about, bro?
Sure. Ink started as it's a group of us that have band together that are all creators, and we always explain that we are the firm that created a way for creators to create. In other words, we take care of all the extra headaches that we've already been through ourselves collectively, and let the creator focus on keeping everything going, keeping their creation moving, making appearances, all that good stuff. And then we focus on all the behind the scenes to make sure that they get where they need to be and they're well supported.
Cool.
Oh, that's not a joke either. They go above and beyond to make sure that we get what we need. On that note, with getting things that people need, a big thing about, like I mentioned earlier, spirituality and animals with Native Americans. My great uncle Les, they used to drop this man.
Yes.
What's going on, man? They used to drop this man with 3 other guys and 2 hounds in the middle of just these terrible areas. And, they'd have them clean these whole areas out. And these Native American dudes would be closer with the hounds than they were other people, because that's who they spent their lives with. And that's who they literally had protecting their backs when they were sleeping or out in the middle of the dark. You know what I mean? They had all these, in just dangerous areas. You had 2 hounds and a couple dudes, and it got to be a really powerful bond. And as I mentioned, Native Americans, they appreciate that bond anyway. The spiritual bond is there. So what we've done is we are going to do a charity with, and I'll share it with you guys right now. It's called the Wolf Sanctuary. These guys are really, really cool. They do a lot for, wolves and red wolves in America. And I'll share that with you guys right this second. They're super busy. They're closed to the public right now, but they're just a wonderful organization, and we've had numerous conversations with them that have been super productive. So we want to make sure that we give back a little bit. We have the opportunity to save these beautiful, beautiful animals, and I really don't ever want them to be a story that people forget. So
I love them wolves.
I do. I know you do, sir. Absolutely. So we're just going to make sure we give back a little bit. We've got some fun. We've got some fun add-ons this time too. I mentioned the lithographs. I'm not going to do that. It makes it too dark. Sorry. I mentioned the lithographs, which are really cool. The posters, the 11x17s. So we've also got soap this time around. And everybody laughs, you know what I mean? They're like, soap, and it's so good, though. It's a bar of soap, right? Like a big old hunk of soap.
But it's a cool bar of soap, I tell you that, man.
It really is.
But now, what's shipping for that? What?
All right. So I combine shipping on everything, right? I combine it on anything. So if you add soap as an add-on, you're not going to accrue the shipping cost.
No, I'm saying it for you. Now it's a different type of packaging. It's going to cost more to ship.
When
got to make sure this thing doesn't melt in the package all over your comments.
The cool thing is it's not like I'm making it in my backyard. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a professional company putting it out, so I'm excited about it. It actually smells like whiskey, gunpowder, and campfire. And it sounds right up your alley there, Pops. I was excited about it.
It's Hunter's soap, man. It's Hunter's soap.
It's a man's soap. And my wife was joking about it needs to be a woman's candle, and then they'd all be happy about it, right?
But the only thing we haven't figured out yet is to be able to put a fuse in it and actually get it to explode. If we could get to that level, that'd be a whole new kind of thing. We're working on that add-on, though. Right.
So we've also got what's very important to us and is leading into a whole different world of the listener is Guy's journal. We went through a lot of phases with this particular book, Andy was the first person to order one.
You couldn't tell I wanted it at all.
Right. So it's a beautiful piece. Okay. Now you know how you remember giant size comics, Pops, right? You know, you
Yes,
see all
I
the
do.
giant size and stuff. So this is a 60-page 60-page book that you can only get in this particular Kickstarter. That's not to say, oh man, he's got a different outfit on. I love it.
No, this is
That's
the other
awesome.
one. This
What
is
up,
the
Cap?
other one.
What up, Cap?
Captain America.
This is the other one. That's how much they look alike.
Wow. I thought it was like a costume change thing, man. I thought
Yeah,
it was like
right.
in and out.
They're like 3 years difference between them.
Wow, the jeans are serious, man.
You trying to break my fingers, boy? This is the naughty one, no doubt.
Oh, that's the stunt double then.
Oh gosh,
Yeah, he's just trying to squeeze my fingers.
that's funny.
Good night, I love you.
So with Gee's Journal, what we've done, Pops, I know you remember it was the Chaos Bible. You remember that came out? Yeah, I'm sure you remember the Chaos Bible. You know,
Give me just a moment. Let me see how well I can remember it. Go ahead, continue talking.
watch, he's going to pull one out. I know.
Let's say, I know he's got one probably.
Yeah, he's a Polito fan all day. He's got one somewhere. So anyway, not only did Polito put out this amazing book with the Chaos Bible, Todd McFarlane did it not long after with the Spawn Bible, you know, and they were on these beautiful leather backgrounds. And that's what we're doing. We're printing, it'll be front and back with this beautiful background on it. And it'll have the rune, which you guys haven't seen unless you've been following the Facebook page.
Let me see.
The Asaya rune, which is 3 arrows. See, I knew he had one.
Oh.
He had one.
Hold on.
Signatures on it.
Let me get this up in here. Oh.
Look at them all.
Oh, we got them all, baby. Stephen
That's
Hughes,
awesome.
Jason Jensen, Brian Polito. Oh, yes.
That's awesome. So our book is taking a page out of that because, you know, we haven't seen those in a really long time. And I loved the concept. I mean, I even tried to get real leather. Ask Kevin. It was
Oh yeah.
I was really trying.
We had a couple different ways we were looking at, but none of them were cost effective enough to make it where it was the right, you know, for everybody. So
For sure.
we just went ahead and went a different route.
No signature. I also have one that's unsigned.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
So we opted to do the paper, just like the guys before us have done, and there was a reason the guys before us did the paper. You know what I mean? Now, that being said, there are only 27 of those books left. There are not very many of them. We're only printing 30. So, and you can only get them from this particular Kickstarter. That's not
Andreas got number 1. I got number 2.
Right. We sold another one too. So there's a couple. So then we've got we'll probably do a second printing, but it won't come with the leather cover like that and stuff. It'll just be, you know, a second printing of the book. But it's like a giant size, 60 pages. And what it is Gabriella's killing it, man. No lie. So she just done full painted pages, like full painting. And then we do like our splash pages. Pops, you know I'm a fan of splash pages. So it's a full painting on the left-hand side and then an entire description of the character and backstory on the right-hand side. Now, it was a real challenging thing for me to be able to give you guys these backstories for 30 characters. Some of them you haven't seen. You know, awesome. Some of them you haven't seen. So it's like, how do I give you the story without giving away details of the plot and spoilers? You know what I mean? So what we did was we wrote them from Guy's perspective, like even as he'd seen them in the future. The journal is written like it's his actual journal. There are words that are crossed out. There are doodles in it. You know, there are all kinds of cool things. One of the neatest things that we did with it, though, is once again, guys, you got to follow the Facebook page. You see all kinds of really cool stuff on there. You know, I do a lot of cool stuff on Pop's show when I come on. You know, I do little giveaways and I do contests and stuff on his show just because he was one of the first shows we were on, and we like to do that to get him, you know, get everybody on there some cool stuff. Actually, one of the guys that follows his show just won a copy of a book, Adam Field's Virgin Variant. He'll be getting that here shortly. So really excited about that. But anyway, so that being said, we took artists that submitted pieces and are putting them into Guy's journal as if he doodled them in there. Manny is actually in that book as well, so we're really excited to see some of his work in there. Manny's in there, man.
Soto.
He's a cool guy, man. I appreciate you putting him on there with me. He and I've got some stuff going on in the future, man.
Manny is my dude, man. Manny does all my avatars. He draws pops all the time. I love Manny.
He's a good guy for sure. He's also very, very. There are a lot of other ties to him and I beyond just.
Right. Well, I mean, I knew as soon as I read your book that you needed to meet my boy Manny.
I know. It's really, really cool. You have a habit of putting people together. I did that.
And that's what I mean, the whole thing about networking, that's what I want. I want everybody to network, meet each other, do things. Because normally if you were meeting each other at the cons, you'd be doing that, right?
Right, absolutely.
I'm just trying to make sure you guys are all still getting the same experience you normally would. I mean, I'm trying to keep things as normal as possible, man.
For sure. So if you scroll down a little bit on the Kickstarter, I actually uploaded a couple pictures of Marissa's pieces today to add to it. So you guys, she hit me up. She was like, dude, there's no photos. And I was like, I got you. I put some photos on there to make sure that you guys could see her stuff on there as you're going down through the story and the covers. There's Gabby's cover as well. Gabby is killing these painted covers.
All that's, dude, your whole team is just like epically matched to this.
I appreciate it. Well, we let them. I'm of the opinion that when you click with people, right? You click. You know what I mean? There is such a see. This is cool because we did our pledges like this. That's book 1 and book 2. So it's Addie and When Winds Weep, and those are Gabriella's. And then you've got Adam's duo that you can pick up.
But I mean, come on, you look at all those covers, man, and every one of them people, it's just like I said, it's like they were perfectly matched for the project.
For sure, absolutely.
It's like their style just meshed perfectly with the way you tell stories.
Well, I appreciate that. I can tell you guys things about this that are very interesting. We could go on all day about it, but everyone on our team has been able to almost it's wild that they can read my mind, because I'll be like, here's an idea. We use Adam for an example. Adam takes my scripts and goes in and he finds the pieces that he vibes with very well.
Yeah.
And then that's how he does his covers. It can be the most the first one that he did with Sonny for book 1, Addie, was a very interesting piece because it's right before he does something super nasty.
Yep.
I really liked that. That was a big scene to him. Andy knows. Andy liked that one too. I was. Well, you're muted, Andy. Sorry, bud.
I want to take everybody back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I want to take everybody back to the day I first read book 1.
I think one of the coolest things. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, it's like I read the book and I sent Dustin a message and I was like, yeah, man, I just read it. And he goes, so what do you think? And I was like, well, I'm going to have to read it again. I was like, man, it's kind of deep. I'm going to have to read it again before I get back with you on what I thought. And, obviously he knew already that, yeah, I was definitely intrigued by it, but, dude, I mean, I just got done reading the second one just a little while ago. So I'm sitting here trying not to spoil it all.
Right. I mean, it to me, so we take, it's well, I'll let Andy get in here in a second. It takes a way, when we put the first book out, I wanted you to see this style. This is in your face. It's gritty. It's, we get into PTSD, we show you memories, and then we drop you on this last page. And we bomb you with this last page, right? So then it was as soon as we started working on the second book, it was I'm going to bomb you on the last page. You know what I mean? Like you got
You
it.
could see it coming, man. I was like,
That's
really?
that's what it was, though. Especially if you're going to put out, like you said, a regular book. It's like just like the old Marvel DC days. They left you hanging for 2 weeks for four.
Oh yeah.
Buck
You know?
Rogers sci-fi. It's gonna happen.
Yes, yes.
To be continued.
Yes. The
There's
old Western cliffhanger there. The train's going for the bridge. The bridge is out, right? The train's going, and we're gonna see it next week.
there's Wolverine on the last panel of 180, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, what's gonna happen with this guy, right? You're there next month, and then you got 181, and then you read it, and now here it is, like years later, and it's like,
And it still sparks the debate, right?
Oh, yeah.
We'll sidestep that, the 180, 181 debate. Now it's the listener debate.
That's a show all in itself.
Exactly. Now it's a listener debate.
Oh, absolutely.
Dustin has created his own debate now about his last page bomber.
That's a whole bunch of shows that have already been done.
Oh, but we'll do them a whole different way, though. We got a whole different.
Sure. So the thing with the last page being so iconic, though, is, and we joke about it in my house all the time when we talk about, because my wife is my editor. So it's for this project. Now I have another team for the other projects, but for the listener, my wife is my editor, and it's very important that everything works. She goes through and she makes everything's right and make sure you guys get what you want. But it's a big thing in our house that's a joke every time we get to the end of a book or a script that I'm writing, because the last page of the original book wasn't even in it until like a week before it went to print. Like it wasn't even there. And it was just like we were going to do something else altogether. And it was just this back and forth of how do you draw attention? What draws you in, And I was like, well, this is it. And I remember Eric going, do you think this is going to do it? And I was like, I'm telling you, dude, the minute you put that on that page, it's going to do it. So Eric ran with it. He killed it. And I'm telling you, the last page of book 2 is going to make you want book 3.
It's going to punch you again. It's going to punch you again.
Yeah, you just wait for it.
I think my thing, like you were saying about Adam Fields and some of the other artists, on them being able to pull your words and put them into graphic, has been one of the most amazing things for me to see. Because, like you were saying, I'm privy to things way far ahead. And to be able to read it first, visualize it that way, but then have the artists take it and actually make it the way you were presenting it in words is one of the coolest things to see. And they're absolutely nailing it. Everybody is. It's gorgeous to see it all put together on the page and just have those little nuances too. Like I'm not going to spoil anything in book 2, but in the early on book 1, there's certain things and stuff that if you're intelligent, you read, you start knowing some of the old adages, that some of our ancestors and grandparents said. It's in there, just like the cultural references from across the globe, not just one. And you're not just focusing. I mean, obviously the Native American is the main focus with it, but the other cultures that dip in and dip out, it's really cool to see. It really is.
That, man. It's very important to me that, like I said, the listener is a thinking man's book all day long.
Absolutely.
There are things that we use in book 2, and I'll reference it, and Pops will get exactly what I'm talking about. And you caught onto it the minute you saw it on paper, especially. Was, we talk about the eyes being the the window to the soul. And if you pay attention to the listener, I use eyes. Very heavy, not like heavy-handed, but we use them in very important pieces of the story. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited that people are digging that. The little references, the PTSD in the first book when Addie walks toward the bonfire.
Yep.
It's a very telling thing, because for those of us that have dealt with tragedy or things that have scarred us, anything can take you back there. And for those people that don't have memories like that, music can take you back to anywhere. All right. Yep. And that's what PTSD is like. But PTSD is a full immersion of that feeling. Yep. And I wanted to make sure people understood that. because there's so many veterans to this day in this country that fight with these things and need help, and we need to make sure that they get it. Like I said, the listener is also to educate you. We joke as well about certain things in book 3 that you guys are going to see. It's not okay to walk up and go, "Hey, chief," to somebody. You know what I mean? It's a little bit, you know what I mean?
No.
And I really try to educate people on those things because it's ignorance. It's not that people are trying to be rude on purpose. Look at the old cartoons back when we were younger. Everybody was like, "How?" So the first time a curse word is uttered in my book is in reference to how. You know what I mean? It's just a very telling thing when people assume that that's how you talk.
Right.
It's like that's what you think. You know what I mean? Okay, real sorry you think that. You know what I mean? I still don't think it's cool that Kansas City Chiefs logo is what it is on people's T-shirts. You know what I mean? But that's just me. But there are a lot.
No, you're not alone. There's a lot out there that feel the same way.
Right. Well, there are things that like I said, we just try to educate people. And like you mentioned, it's not just Native American culture that we educate people on. The Chinese culture, the Japanese culture. There are plenty of people that know that World War II existed, but didn't know the Chinese were fighting the Japanese. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that people don't know that we, subtly try to introduce. And we'll continue to do that in even more fantastical fashion as we move forward. But another project we're working on right now is called The Road to Sin, which is a tabletop RPG that we're putting out. The Kickstarter will be out in the next couple months, I'm sure. And it's a direct link to the listener. Okay. So there, like we mentioned, different medias, and I mentioned I'm writing 4 different things right now. This is one of them. So you have a lot of people, right? Multitasking all
I twisted
over
his arm on that one a little bit.
Oh my God. So you've got like the listener, right? And it's the main story. It's the flagship title in this world I'm creating. All right. Well, then you've also got Road to Sin. Road to Sin is a different media. Not everybody likes comic books, so I'm writing a novel to get the story out there. A lot of people like tabletop RPGs. COVID sucks, so people are playing tabletop games more than ever. And I've been writing D&D games and werewolf games for almost 20 years. So I was like, well, let's see where we can put my skills to the test on that.
Well, you're in a good spot now because, when we were growing up, it was almost like you got made fun of for playing tabletops. But nowadays, I'm finding so many people up to like even popular stars in Hollywood that are coming out saying, yeah, we play D&D, we play tabletop games, let's go.
For sure.
So definitely, I think there's a much better audience for it these days than it would have been prior.
So one thing about The Road to Sin is, like I said, it's Pops. How many characters in a story have you read and wish you got more of?
Well, see, I'm one of them people that hates the stories that come to an end in the first place.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of them people that wants to read it forever. What's up, Moculus? How you doing, dude?
How's it going?
Welcome to
What's cracking?
Madness.
So
yeah, it's like I'm one of them people that, man, I never want any story to end. When my authors die, when they die, like when Frank Herbert kicked it, I'm like, oh no,
right.
And then somebody else picked up the mantle and continued it on, and I was like, yes, I didn't even care who it was.
Right.
It was good people that did it, but I didn't even care. I just didn't want the story to end.
Absolutely.
And if your character dies, and hey, there was other people in this story that we invested time in.
Absolutely.
Do something with them.
Yep.
Yep. Getting at that's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, so if you're a fan, let's say you're a fan of Ben Reilly, right? In Spider-Man in the 90s, you're a fan of Ben Reilly. Right. And he disappeared. As soon as the Clone Saga was done and Kane was gone and all that jazz, they brought him back many years later, right? But the point is, there's a point where these guys disappear, and you want to know where they went. You want to know what they're doing. What happened to the Sinister Six while Spider-Man was doing this stuff. So the thing with Road to Sin is that's what we're touching on. Normally, a tabletop RPG is not, unless you're going with canon for like Werewolf the Apocalypse or Vampire the Masquerade, the listener ties into Road to Sin. So characters in the listener itself will be seen in the Road to Sin tabletop game. Now, if someone dies in the Road to Sin, they're dead in the listener. So that's interesting to me that we could bring about another way to break this fourth wall, to further bring you into the experience of what you're reading. Now, with tabletop games, you normally have a dungeon master or a storyteller, right? So our dungeon master is the listener. So that's the mantle you'll take when you play the Road to Sin. Now everybody's like, well, I want to be the listener when I play the listener game. Okay. But if you have a Superman game, everybody wants to be Supes. That's the easiest way to explain it. Everybody wants to be the dude. You know what I mean? But it's not fair to the other 5 people or however many more you've got playing at a table, because everybody wants to be that character. So we wanted
there's a whole other tabletop game there, right?
Absolutely.
To be the dude.
Yeah.
I'd vote for the dude. That's what I'd want to be in any tabletop game.
Absolutely. Well, we've had a lot of fun with that on Friday night. Past Friday night and the Monday before that, when the Kickstarter popped off. We've had people coming to us left and right about the game. When's the game coming out? We're excited about the game. So one cool thing that we've decided to do with the Kickstarter itself is we added dice as a add-on for the Kickstarter that you can add and have as we're preparing for the game, and you're watching the demos and you're seeing what we're doing. And then we've also got a leather dice bag we've added with that. We're excited about that too.
And the dice are unique. They're bone dice, and no set is like another set. So your set is individualized and unique to you.
Right.
They look really cool.
Yeah, they're all the same, dice D10s and D20s and whatnot like that. But they all have unique markings as if they've been carved from actual bone. They'd never look the same as another set. So your set's never going to look like the set that I'm playing with here, which is really exciting to me. Now we mentioned the book, we mentioned the Kickstarter, we mentioned the novel. So we've also got another book now, speaking of Manny Soto and David Acampo, that we're doing that takes place in the listener world. And I think Kevin was thinking we should do a 6-month interval on that. I'm excited to be, pushing into that too. And gosh, look at that shirt. Look at this shirt.
Oh, that headdress, dude.
That shirt is so good. So the shirt, right? The shirt will have the headdress on it like it does there. It's also going to have the runes on the right arm.
Really?
When we were talking about tattoos the other day, and we're like, you know what? Why not better than to have the tattoo on the shirt? Give everybody their own tattoo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It just fit. It just was a natural fit.
Well, there's a stretch goal going on right now that's really funny. So we talk about Gabriella a lot because she's a friend of mine. She's a big part of this series and stuff. She's also a tattoo artist that owns her own tattoo shop. She owns Grimworks Tattoo in Jacksonville and Old St. Augustine Road. And she's if we meet the stretch goal, she's going to, and I'm sure we will. I have no doubt in my mind. I think we'll get there without any issue. She's going to tattoo it on me live. Well, tattooing it on me live, she's going to tattoo it on Brad live. Brad is our editor for Road to Sin. And then if we get Andy down there, she's going to tattoo it on Andy in the same day. We're all going to do a big day of it. And
I'll find a way to do it.
Absolutely. And then Crowbar, another friend of ours, is going to tattoo Gabby. So we're all going to get the listener tattoos. We're excited about that. I know that you guys will push through for that Kickstarter stretch goal. We just unlocked stickers on the Kickstarter. And we're closing in on unlocking bookmarks. And those will be Mike DeBalfo bookmarks of his cover for the original book Addy. So I'm excited to see those. Everybody get those. We have a very special cover that we're going to release for as soon as we hit as soon as we meet goal. So we have one more variant we have not shown yet, other than Eric's cover. Eric's cover is floating around. It'll be here shortly. But the variant that I'm talking about is a Marissa Pope Gwen variant, and that'll pop off when we hit our goal. And we haven't shown that to anybody yet. The only way you'll be able to get it is through this special event for the Kickstarter.
Yep.
Really excited. I think we're only printing 25. So it's probably going to be the first 25 backers that get their hands on this book. So we'll see how that pans out. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited to get to show that to you guys. Hey, scroll down just a little bit more and you'll see that amazing soap.
There it is.
There you go.
The whiskey soap. Yeah,
Did
man.
you just smell the gunpowder off that just by looking at it?
I'm excited about it.
It's just missing your knife there, Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Yep. We're going to put that one in the next picture.
For sure.
Yeah, right.
So that
Put it right next to
Stab
it.
right in the soap, man.
There you go.
Cut it, chiseling, just whittling pieces off of it, right? With a Bowie knife.
You're a mess. That's the first 9/8 that we got, and I'll tell you guys something crazy.
Oh man!
Out of all the books that we've sent in, right, to get graded, which is wild, how many people have wanted books from us? Which I'm very grateful, eternally grateful, how the book is doing. You know, the first book is still doing. You know, and every book we've sent to CGC has come back 9/8. Every single
That's a
book.
beautiful thing, man.
And every time everybody sees that book, I ask them if they can give me the answer to what double homage cover this is. It's a double homage.
I don't know that people can, man.
You gotta know you gotta know a little bit of what should I say this some martial arts background.
We got a Wolverine. We got a Wolverine there for sure.
It is. There's one more. There's one more that they did the Wolverine off of. Can you go back one more?
Well, I already know, so I'm gonna leave it to y'all.
He knows, so I'm gonna just throw that. That'd be a cool. Well, we're gonna talk about on this show, but that's something you guys can put maybe as a quiz question that somebody can win something on a later show.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's the
cool.
Bruce Lee come here move.
I was about to say that too.
That's where it came from. That's where the Claiborne. That's where they got the idea for it, for Wolverine to do that. Come here.
The
Bruce Lee
coolest
movie.
part
Awesome.
about that cover that Kyle did is it's actually painted on a newspaper that was printed the day after Pearl Harbor.
Really?
It's painted on it. You can look up and you can see the actual heading and stuff in the headdress. It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the print come through. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a really good one.
I don't know how I missed that. That's awesome.
So yeah, so that was a good one. And if you pick up the Tribal Gathering, you'll get a copy of that, and you'll get a copy of every other cover for book 1 and book 2. So we're excited to be able to offer that. There's also a $500 original art by Eric Viola, which is our interior artist, which is big, big over here because of the fact that he lives over in New Zealand and his art's. There's some stuff from his journal. Those are paintings that Gabby did for
God,
him.
I can't wait for that.
That's gonna be awesome.
Telling you, man.
So what was that's a placeholder for the book, but that's exciting. There you go.
That's awesome.
What was your favorite part of book 2, Andy, without giving spoilers away?
Well, that's hard to do. Actually, I'll the eyes being the windows to the soul was definitely one that really stuck out to me, just because not only was it graphically gorgeous, okay, but if you don't catch what's going on there, like you're unfortunately gonna miss a lot if you don't know that. But if you do, you're gonna love it because it's so much in just 2 panels or 3 panels right there around that area, and it kind of slaps you in the face if you're looking for it,
For sure. That came about, man. It's another one of those panels where Eric was like, or another one of those pages where Eric was like, is that going to work? And he and I, we work as a team in like an actual tandem, very different than a lot of people do. He and I do panels together. Like we literally are working on panels together at the same time. So to do that particular, what's Pop's got? I saw that look of recognition in there.
No, I was just like thinking about what my
tell me, what's your favorite part?
Go-to moment in number 2.
Give it to me. What's your go-to moment?
let's see, what was he said something to the effect of we will guide this war in the direction that best benefits us.
Oh man, that was like a Darth Vader moment, wasn't it?
Yep.
No, that was like a today moment of and the way they guide the oil wars, the way they pick and choose who they want to mess with next. That's
Oh man,
man, that
that
just slapped me like,
man, that page, dude. So he's
yeah,
talking about the last
the
page.
rest
That's
of
what
the
he's talking
page.
about.
That's just like that one bubble,
Absolutely.
you know,
And
on that page, which is a great page. Don't get me wrong, but that one bubble was like my moment.
we I have endeavored to pull everyone in, and all the reviews that we've gotten have been great for both books so far. But one thing stuck out to me. I think it was Kyle that said it. Kyle Willis said it. It checks all the boxes, and that's so important in this day and age because I joke with Kevin about being a small fish in an incredibly beautiful ocean of talent, right? And I have to find a way for my small fish to stick out amongst all this beautiful talent. So I look at how I can draw you in, how I can make you feel about scenes. Is it going to like reverberate with you inside your chest? There are scenes in that book that shook me to my very core writing book 2. And I feel like if you're anything like me at all, or you're anything like people that enjoy the supernatural, or you enjoy, deep, dark storytelling. I mean, there's so much to be gathered from these points of view and these events that happen. I call it the heartstring book, and it'll be the heartstring book out of all of them. This is probably going to be my magnum heartstring opus. There's
I'd have to agree. Like,
right?
I think you sent me the early like print of everything, and when I first read it, like there's a big punch to the gut, man, and it's just like it's very rare when you can read and look at the art and have so much emotion and feeling come through from number one being scared or not even really scared, depending on who you are. If you're like one of those big brother, I fear nothing. You'll
Right.
feel something with this. All right. There's definitely that love there. There's loss, there's pain, there's joy. Like it's all wrapped up into one. It's that crazy roller coaster, even from book 1 all the way through book 2. And then, for the future, absolutely, there's a lot more to go on that you're strap in. You're going to be in for a ride, man. It's a lot happening all in one.
That's definitely well put. Well put.
I think so. I think that the ride is just beginning. And I think that people, when my wife read it originally, because when I wrote the book, I had wrote 15 scripts before we even put out the first issue, and it was like, she was like, holy cow, what is just, oh my gosh, there was all these moments where like, so there's a moment there where you just pass the interior art that is the two bottom pages are the two bottom pieces there are our first backstory intro to Nostis. We get to see Nostis every now and then in the first book. You don't get a whole lot of him, but you get enough to know he's there and he's an integral part of the group. And then you also get that for Guy in this book. Now Guy takes a more frontal position in this particular book, and so does Nostis, because I wanted you to get more of them. I wanted you to know more about who they were as people. That first panel, that first square and panels, it's top left there, is the very first page of the second book. And it literally picks up where the first book ended, in Addie's perspective anyway. It picks up right where we left Addie off. And Addie's short for Addison is actually translated to the listener. So I'm excited that was a fun thing to do for us. All the listeners have the same name. There are 3 total in our series. There may be more later. I'm not going to give you guys any of that nonsense just yet. You're not ready for it. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot to be said about the story, how deep it is, where we're going with it. Like I mentioned, we have a secondary book coming out. We have a whole team that's already prepared for that. So we're getting ready to start talks and when we're going to start getting it out. Phil is actually on that team as well, so I'm excited about that too.
Phil who?
Yeah, Phil who? Phil's a good dude, man. I'm excited that he's on.
Phil, my missing co-host Leon.
Right, I'm excited that he's on board because it's a very, very metal book. It's so much like so. Addie is the perspective of an individual in a certain type of thing that he's going through. He's getting these abilities and trying to live with them and find his own place in a war he didn't know he was even a part of. But now you've got other characters in this realm. Like we've created a 10-year-old boy as the main character for our next book. And everybody's going to be like, well, that's not scary or da-da-da-da. Okay. So his best buddy in the book, becomes his best buddy, is his monster under the bed. And mind you, this all takes place in the world of the listener. So it's not, what was that movie that came out years ago? With the
Monsters
kid?
Inc.?
No. The kid,
No.
Monster Under the Bed. Fred Savage. Little Monsters. Okay. So it's not Little Monsters. I'll give you that.
Not by any means.
not quite. No.
It's a very deep, dark story about this kid who's met this being that he may or may not be who he says he is, and it's all tied into the Sin War. And it's 40 years into the future from where we left Addie. So you're going to see the listener in a whole different light coming in and making cameos in this book. So you don't have to read the book to enjoy the listener. You don't have to read the listener to enjoy this book. It'll be a standalone book. It'll just be nice to be able to tie these worlds together and these stories. We're very excited about all that, everything going on. And before we get out of here, let me tell you guys, the normal outro. I appreciate you. I appreciate the madness. I appreciate shooting the stuff with you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Make sure you come check us out on Kevin and my show, Comic Roddery. That's a lot of fun. We've got an episode coming out Friday. Real hyped about that. As soon as that episode ends, we're going to roll right into an episode of The Listener with some more Road to Sin play. Everybody's been digging that and having a great time. One fun thing about that is there's team members on it. So you guys can come hang out, shoot the breeze with team members, ask questions, whatever. We're answering all those. And I got to go back and I got to thank Andy. Andy's been a real big help to me and a good friend to me, because those are hard to come by. And, he's helped me look at some things and see some things with a listener in a different light. And I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you at least letting me be a part of all this. It's really cool. Thank you.
Oh, you're absolutely, man. And then, I got to thank Pops because he's introduced me to some great people, some teammates of mine, some good friends of mine, and in the 8 months I've been working on the listener, 9 months now, I think it's been a ride, man. It's been a ride, and it's been all building up to be able to give you guys a bi-monthly comic book, which is unheard of right now. So I'm really excited about it. And then Kevin with Inked. Kevin is a great friend, a great dude, but besides that, Inked, the team is very awesome. They're building every day. They're getting better and better. They come up with cool stuff every time I turn around. Music videos for my comic, or action motion for my comic, or some shenanigans here or there. And like I said, Comic Roddery's coming up, guys. It's a beautiful thing. We had a great time the last time. Make sure that you're there. Check it out. We've got some awesome people coming in. I know we've got Mr. Stone coming in this week too. He's got a Kickstarter coming up. It's going to be a lot of fun. Another big thing. Make sure you back us, because we're going to get you guys a copy of that PDF, Swords and Solace. So
hell yeah,
it's a great book as well. And thanks again, Pops.
And we're talking about getting everybody together. As we always talk about, that Comic Roddery was born out of one of the panels from a CromCon. So we always talk about looping everybody together, and everybody's helping each other, and the whole the camaraderie amongst the group. Well, that just goes to show you that's just another extension of that.
Absolutely.
So definitely we
Totally.
appreciate that and the hookup, and we always mention that every time we talk about it because it's something that's very near and dear to us.
For sure.
It's always
All the people that really care about what goes on for all the creators out there are definitely, we all loop together and we all get behind the scenes and we all make sure that they're where they need to be. Shows like this, where they need to be, who they need to be with. We're always out there trying to help make other connections for them, help provide other, colorists or inkers or letterers or, cover artists or whatever they need. That's what we do. And that's what we're here for, just to help them in any way, shape we can.
Kevin does an organized version of that. I throw it out in the group. Hey, they need an artist.
Just go.
I don't do the organized version of it at all.
He's
I
like
throw it out there too.
He's like the Doctor Strange. He just poof.
Yeah, I throw it out there just like.
Yeah. There you go.
It's like I have fun. You guys make it fun. Our next guest also is come out of the relationship with Kevin and joining with NSC Live TV. Kevin, you might want to stick around for a few minutes because we're going to.
I'm actually going to come back. I've got to step out for just one second, but I will be back and talk with Shane, and we'll talk a little bit more about what he's got. A really great project coming up as well. So I will be back.
Awesome. Like I said, we appreciate your time, guys. Thanks for having us. And
Pops, Kevin, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Andreas, thank you. Welcome to the madness. Thanks for joining.
I appreciate being a part of it, man. Rock and roll. Thank you.
You will definitely see what we're about, and it's
absolutely
promotion. It's definitely promotion. Self-promotion is encouraged, and selfless promotion is freaking awesome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shameless plugs. Don't forget TikTok, Blue Collar Nerd. Check it out.
Take it easy, guys.
That's one I don't mess with. I don't know about TikTok, but
I will be actually. I'll be branching out into Twitch and YouTube. That'll be coming up within the next month. I'm just switching over into a new apartment, so everything's kind of madness right now, as we say.
For sure. Well, there's always a method to it around here, guys.
You bet.
You got that right.
Thank you so much. Take it easy, Pops.
Much love, brother.
Be good, man. You always.
Thanks, Pops. Take care.
You bet. All right. So I want to address a little something real quick. Oculus, I don't know, dude. See, you got a problem with somebody else and they're con. You don't have a problem with me. You don't want to have a problem with me because I'll just forget you exist. That's what I do. People come at me sideways. I forget they exist. I don't entertain their bullshit. How you doing, Shane?
I'm doing well. You surprised me then.
Yeah, well, somebody came in the show earlier and left, said something, and it's like, we're trying to do things to help promote people. We're not trying to get in anybody else's crap. What I'm saying? So welcome to Monday Madness. Let me fix some banners over here and get some other things going on. Change that around. Yeah, welcome to what we do here, man. This is Monday Madness. We talk about people's projects, what they got going on, try to encourage them to join the group, the Comic Relief Madness on Facebook. And that's where we do what we do, which is networking and promotion. And this is my first time getting to meet you. Kevin turned me on to you guys and vice versa, obviously. He was talking to me about wanting to do something like we did with Europe. We did CromCon Europe, where we just had guests from Europe and we catered to their time zone. So it was prime time over there, and it was fun. Okay, so now Kevin says he has a lot of you guys down there, and the situation he says down there is like a lot different than here. I think he said there's only like 4 open comic stores.
Oh no. There's like 48 I think I've found so far, and there's comic stores I haven't found yet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and tell us about what you're building down there, which is kind of like what I'm building up here.
Well, thanks for having me, by the way. Yeah. So what I've been building is a website which is sort of like a hub for Australian comics. About 2 years ago, I started with just doing comic shops and just finding them all, because I found it was actually hard to find them all. So so there was that first, and then I started looking into comic events around Australia, trying to catalogue them. That sort of died in the arse thanks to COVID. But then I started looking into creators. So trying to connect with as many creators as possible, trying to help creators connect with each other, and just make it easy to find them. So so fans could find them, other creators could find them, all that sort of jazz.
Camera's going to fall eventually. I know it's I said that right from the beginning of the show. That camera's going to fall on me today at some point. I know it is. So yeah, you have a Kickstarter project coming out that highlights some of the people down under.
Yes, it's a 18-month calendar, and it's all 18 artists, Australian artists, original pieces, just made just for the calendar. So it's showcasing their work. We've got little information below on how to find more information about each person on the calendar. So yeah, it's just to highlight what they can do and highlight where to find them.
Right. So I actually have that right here. Let me pull that up real quick. And the sign up page for it is right there.
Yes, it's still just a pre-launch at the moment. Yeah.
It's pre-launch. I think you said April you're going to launch this?
Yes. April is when we hope to launch it. I actually want to launch it April 1st.
Don't do it on April 1st. Everybody will think it's a joke.
Maybe I'll go with April 2nd then.
What you do is you act like you're going to launch it on April 1st, tell April Fools, and then launch it the next day.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
So yeah, man, it's like when I did the Europe thing, I had Glenn Fleming, and he came out and he co-hosted with me because he knew all those people, right? That he had. And I didn't know any of them, or I knew a few of them, but not all of them, So he was like, he had a relationship with them all, so he co-hosted the show for me and hung out with us the whole day. And if we put together CromCon Australia, are you willing to co-host with me?
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, there we go. See, that's what we need. See, because I'm not this guy. I'm a comic fan. I'm a comic fan. That COVID changed things in my group and changed it from a look what I got this week. It changed it from that group into a networking promotion, trying to help people get their projects funded, doing really all awesome. That they couldn't do because they don't have cons set up anymore. Yeah. It's like you don't have 500 people walking by your table on Saturday.
Exactly.
So that's what CromCon grew out of. It's like that's how that became a thing. And now it's like it's a thing. It's we've done one that was exclusively for European creatives. Now we're talking about doing one for you guys down under. It's like I'm gonna keep doing this until people don't want me to do it anymore.
That's my philosophy as well.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you guys want me to do this, I'll keep doing it. And it's not about anything other than wanting you all to succeed and do what you'd normally be doing if you were setting up your tables at a con.
Yeah.
Making
some
money, right?
I'll probably keep doing this even after people want me to stop. So,
Well, I'd like to go do this from an actual con floor at some point and go around and actually interview some of the people that I've met over the last year. And
that'd be awesome.
Actually interview them and maybe the person on the other side of the table. Hey, why are you buying this guy's stuff?
That'd be awesome.
Oh man, the whole year for me has been beyond awesome because you go to a con, you pay your money to get that guy's autograph, you stand in line for an hour, you get 2 minutes. I do my cons and I get 30 minutes. I get an hour, sometimes 2 hours, 3 hours. Some people I talk to on the phone now, it's like I have relationships with all these people now that if it was just regular the way things were, I'd maybe get a couple minutes with these people once in a very great while.
Yeah.
This changed everything for me. I went from a fan to a character in a book, a con promoter, just all kinds of things have just happened to me in the last year. It's been amazing.
Same.
But, it's like things like this though, where you get exclusive, and it's like now I'm anxious to know how many people are there down there that are looking to be like, can we get 20, 30 people involved in coming out and doing a con?
Well, I sure hope so. I'm connected with about 90 people at the moment, so I think there's a damn good chance. If I can't get 15 out of 90, there's something wrong.
If we get like 15, 20 people, that's one day. If we get 30, 40 people, that's 2 days.
Yep.
And I like to end both days with a panel starting at like 9 p.m., which would be 9 p.m. local for you, and like finish out the evening just with an open mic panel. That's how I end my cons. It's just we go mad after everybody's got their guest slot done, then it's just madness after that.
Oh yes, nice.
And yes, we've had some amazing panels at the end of CromCons,
Oh, awesome.
Just amazing panels. It's been great. So what I really want to know though is where'd that go? Come back here. This thing. Yes. Okay, I got to pull this other thing up here so that people can see it too. Let's see. Because this is like your database.
Oh, you're bringing up the site, are you?
Yes, your database of all things Comic Australia.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to make it that. Cons are slowly coming. Not cons. Events are slowly coming back. So I've got to start getting off my butt and putting events in there again. So I've gotten so used to the last year of not needing to worry about events that I've got a bit slack there in my routine. Right.
So let's just go ahead. I'll go ahead and scroll down, and you can just tell us what we're looking at.
This is just an introduction to the page. That's just the home page. It's just information about me. That's about it.
Okay, so this is Facebook.
There are different Facebook groups that I have some sort of involvement in. And if you keep scrolling down, there's just more history about it. There's a sample of the new site that we're going to make that we're actually building at the moment. If you scroll down past all the words.
I'm kind of reading it.
You're kind of reading it. Well, there's a lot to read.
It's okay, though, because, I can come back later, but the things that pop out at me, I got to go check that out,
Yeah, and that's what the site's going. That's what the homepage is going to look like when we finish it.
Okay.
A lot more interactive, a lot more links to where everything is. And that'd probably be the end of the page, if I remember correctly. I haven't looked at the homepage for a long time.
So this is kind of like a junior version of Kevin's page, of Kevin's giant thing, where he's got all the stores here and creatives over here and everybody. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is just an Australian version. Yeah.
Right. Cool. All right. So I hope you're sharing this feed to some of those Australian Facebook groups so they can hear what we're talking about.
Yes, I have actually shared the link to this all around, so hopefully they're on board.
Yes, because I had a blast doing the EuropeCon. I ain't gonna lie, we had a great time. For anybody who knows what I'm talking about, has anybody seen Steve? And that's just an inside joke from CromCon.
Okay.
We really had a good time with those guys, man. Dave Houston, Glenn Fleming. A lot of knowledge, a lot of old school, real old school knowledge in comics. Glenn's, hung out with Kirby, so
nice.
Yeah, no, he actually has a DVD about his trip to go meet Jack Kirby and having lunch with him and everything. It's on Amazon. You can find it there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's what I do. I help everybody sell their stuff, So we need to encourage some of these Australian creatives to join the madness first, so they
Oh,
see
definitely.
about.
Yeah.
They can watch this weekend coming up. We're doing CromCon 11. They can get an idea of what we do. It's 30-minute slot. You pretty much get to do whatever you want in your 30 minutes. If you have a full team, I'll usually give you more time so that everybody gets covered in and has time to be talked about a little bit or
course, yeah.
say what they have to say. But it's basically your time. Okay, like if you book a slot in CromCon, you come out and whatever you want to do with that 30 minutes. If you want to talk about this website, if you want to talk about your calendar, if you want to talk about both, whatever you want to do, that 30 minutes is you. If you want me to Q&A you, I'll do that, but I mean, it's your time. You see what I'm saying? It's like, so sometimes people just come out. They don't even need me there. I just kind of get out the way and let them do their thing. Some people that have been out a few times and already have a routine set up. I don't even have to be there,
Yeah.
And I have a good team behind us. Like in the last con, I lost power here for like 2 hours. And Phil and Will kept the show going, man. They just rolled right along, So that's what I'm saying. I got a good team. Kevin has really expanded our exposure base.
Kevin's cool. I like.
Hopefully, we're getting seen by more people now than we were. The numbers keep going up. It's all good. I don't pay too much attention to the numbers except for you guys' backer numbers. That's really the only number I care about. I don't care how much money you're making, whatever. I want to know that you're getting enough backers that word of mouth is going to increase your backer count on your next project.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So for me, it's always your backer count. 150, 100, 150, 200, 250. As long as that keeps going up and you're progressing, that's where I feel my success comes from.
Well, I'm the same with the Australian artists. I try to promote their Kickstarters and so forth as well. So
this calendar.
Oh yes, the calendar. Yes. So
who all's locked in that are going to be part of it?
Well, I've got everyone locked in, unless for some reason timing knocks them out. I've got some reserves just in case, but I've actually got a list here if you want me to read them off.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of Australians will probably know these guys. I don't know if they're so well known over there, but there's Brendan Holloway, Peter Wilson, Brent Sullivan, Duncan Prenovicius, I think that's pronounced, Lee Chalker, Kieran Jack, Colin Wells, Dave Dye, and we've got 18 of them. So Lauren Marshall, Rob Lyle, Peter Lawson, Chris Pitcan, I think that's pronounced. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong, Chris. Tim McEwen, Isaac George, Chris Hunt, Tony Menzies, and Tony Menzies a good favourite of mine at the moment. He's in good favour with me. He actually put my face into his picture for the calendar. I'm one of the zombies in his zombie picture. So, and there's Stuart Black and Zach Elliott. So that's everyone in the calendar. So I've been promoting them all for the last couple of weeks with their own individual cards.
Can I change your whole game right now? How'd you like to launch that the last weekend of March? Let me see what do the dates look like for the last weekend of March. The last weekend of March would be the 27th and 28th. We could do CromCon Australia on Sunday, and you could try to get all 18 of them people to come out.
Well, I could definitely try that.
It would be their launch party for their calendar.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd all get a half hour of individual time to tell everybody what they do as we show off their page of the calendar.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Are you with me?
I'm with you. I will see what I can organize.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I have enough influence.
Well, I mean, you already got them signing up for your calendar, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, now they wanted to be successful. They want to have a good launch on it, right? Come on, I mean, we could base a whole day of a con around that. You could
Yeah,
base
definitely.
a whole day of a con around launching that and giving all 18 of those people exposure.
That's awesome. Yeah, I like it.
I like it
a
too.
lot.
That's what I come up with ideas, and then it's never on me because I'm the brokest guy in the room. It's not like I have the budget to make any of it happen. I throw the ideas out there, man, and people run with them. I hope, but this is great. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, I'd love to do that as well. Actually,
we can
I
call
just
it.
don't know if any of them are camera shy. That's the only thing I'd have to worry about.
Well, you see that's okay too, because that's why we have these.
Oh.
See?
Oh yeah, of course. So they can just talk. Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to. You can be all audio. That's cool. My co-host is audio.
Oh, that's right. I remember you telling me that. Yes.
Phil don't come out here. Yeah, we don't mind that. I mean, this, like I said, this is a whole different world. Everybody's adjusting to, promotion in 2020 and 2021. It's right here. I think I had a banner out here earlier that kind of said it best. Exposure is king.
Yes.
Right now, you don't, like I say, you don't have people walking by your tables.
Exactly.
This is your exposure. It's like you're not advertising to everybody that you're going to be at a con next week. And that's all you got to do is say, I'm going to be at a con next week. And then people walk by your table. It don't work that way anymore. You got to come out here and tell people who you are, what you got going on.
Yeah, exactly.
And the ones that do it best are the ones that are making the most money, really.
True.
And that's my friend Haley. And yes, she's down there where you're at. She is a cosplayer and violinist. She lives down in Australia.
Oh, nice.
She's on my wall. She is on the wall. She's up there. Yes.
Nice.
So it's like I said, that to me that would be awesome if we could line all 18 of them up and launch it on that day.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Like launch it like at 9 p.m. or whatever when we start the open panel. After we've shown everybody, it don't even have to, since we're going to do Australia, we could do it the next weekend. It really wouldn't matter because it would be out of the schedule of my normal thing. So any weekend you can get them all lined up, or any day that you can get them all lined up, we'll make it happen.
Definitely. Well, we're a day ahead of you, so it would have to probably, if you want it on a weekend, we'd probably have to do it our Sunday, your Saturday.
Well, either way, it's basically base it on the day you're going to launch, that you can get all them together on the same. If you can get them all together on the day you're launching, we'll do it that day.
Awesome.
Whatever day it is. I don't care if it's Tuesday. That's what I'm saying. It's like whatever. I know that there's a formula to the day you want to launch.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Kevin. We'll make this work though. But like I say, it's gonna, man, it'd be great if we could get all 18 of them to come out on the day you launch it, and we can talk to all of them. That would just be sweet.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be great. I like this idea.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of you are listening. Hey guys, think about this idea.
Well, that's the great thing about this. It'll be up on my YouTube channel, and you can replay it in their groups or wherever, or direct them to go watch. Tell them what's up, man. This, like I said, you can watch the replay of the EuropeCon on the YouTube channel, and you can see how much fun we had. It was a blast, and I'll do it for Australia. I'll do it for any place that we can get enough people to come out and make a show out of it.
Yeah, definitely.
For me, it's just fun. I mean, you see, there ain't no donations or no, I mean, I'm not, no tip jar, no none of that. I'm just, I've been doing it for a year now, and it's been a blast.
Yeah, same. So I haven't got the tip jar out, so unfortunately, I'm doing it on my own.
Well, it's like now that I have other people that are doing a lot of stuff for me, I have to start leaning that way. I have to start looking towards some kind of sponsorships and monetization. But that's only because I have a lot of people that are actually helping me now make this happen. And I
Yep.
want to be able to make sure that they're compensated, in some form, So yes, you'll probably will see the PayPal down in the comments down there at the bottom of the YouTube or something eventually. But I mean, that's never been the goal. It's never been about, what I get to do. It came about because everybody else wasn't able to do anything. That was me looking at it like, man, these guys are giving me a lifetime of entertainment value, a lifetime of entertainment. All these comic people that have made the comics that are in the boxes here and the filing cabinets and everything. Those people have given me a lifetime of entertainment, and I've given them a year of my life back.
That's how I think about it as well. So yeah,
I mean, it hasn't never been. The only thing that's bothered me a little bit, is like I do got to pay for some of this stuff, and now there's other people helping me, and it's like I got to get them back.
Exactly.
It all works out in the end. I'm sure. I'd love for this thing to just take off to the point where I can have somebody else host it every month and just not have it be about me so much anymore as about the community. Oh, what we got here? It's Sim. It's the Sim man. What's up, Sim? How you doing, Simon? Oh, yay! What's up, brother? That's one of our one of the people that we follow. He's
cool.
The Natverse. He has his project Natverse, and he has another one. Everybody makes fun of him about it. What is it? Go ahead, tell us, Sim. Drop it in the comments. We'll push that book. Yeah, Marshall Tucker Brand's taking a break. I'm not roadieing for anybody tonight. I'm out here with the comic people. Good to see you, Sim. Good to see you. Raj Mahan is another creator. He's the one that created Pops Van Sant. He turned me into a comic book character, and basically created this whole. Everything that's happened basically happened because Raj put me in his freaking book. I mean, everything. I ain't gonna lie, all of it. The group, it all. I blame it on him. I blame it all on him.
Because I've got someone to blame, so it's all good.
Yep. Yes, there it is. Blood Hunt. That's the other one. Blood Hunt. They always give him a hard time about Blood Hunt. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
But yes, Tales from the Natverse. We buy that banner above the group every now and then. That's the other thing. People who have projects like that are active projects, if they send me a group banner for Facebook, I will put it up over the group, depicting their book, their project, as long as they throw a little comic related madness on it somewhere. So
nice.
The name of the group is there, but you'll notice above the group every day there's a different one. I love to throw them up there. Someone tagged me on Twitter. Does it look like I'm hanging out on Twitter right now? And if it's the clown that I had to block earlier, don't care. Gonna go over there on Twitter at the show, probably block them again. Like I said, people come at me sideways, I leave them behind, dude. That's all. So thanks, you boy Pods, for throwing that out there. But no, I'm not paying attention to Twitter right now. It's like, I'm doing a show, bro. We're talking about the guys in Australia and what they got going on. That's what we're doing right now. So, Shane, go ahead and tell everybody again, since your boy just showed up here. Let's go ahead and talk to him. You tell him who you are, what you do, so he knows what we're doing right now.
Myself?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So what I'm doing, there's the site first, which is all about a hub for all things comics in Australia. be it comic stores, be it comic events, be it comic creators. We've just started reviewing. Sorry, I forgot to mention that before. We've just started reviewing Australian comic books. So we have that on the site now as well. And then what I'm trying to expand that and promote creators more than just a catalog on a website. So the first project we're doing is a calendar where we're highlighting 18 artists, Australian artists, indie artists, I should say, Australian 18 indie artists, and they're all getting a month each to make a illustration for the calendar. And these are all original pieces made just for the calendar. So they're exclusive to the calendar. So support us. We're looking at for overseas people, for people in America and so forth. We're looking at making digital products because to ship the calendar is quite expensive, and I don't think most people are going to want to spend $80+ for a calendar because the shipping's so much. So we're looking. Oh, sorry.
You talked to Kevin about.
Kevin's been helping me try to develop digital products to give out.
I was talking about maybe finding somebody up here that will print and ship for you here.
Okay, that's not a bad idea either.
Okay, there's places like Wellsprings Comics that will print and ship your books or you're not talking about a big backer kit with a whole bunch of stretch goals, stuff like that. You're talking about a calendar, right?
Yeah, exactly. Calendar. The thing that was
ship thing that wouldn't be hard to do from a hub here where you don't even have to mess with it.
Yeah, that's a good idea because the shipping from here to anywhere actually, from Australia is ridiculous because we're this nice little island away from everyone else.
Company Men, yes, I have heard about Company Men. Do you know about Company Men, sir?
I do not, actually.
Company
Men. Is it a Kickstarter or Indiegogo? Is that?
I think it's an Indiegogo.
See, Indiegogo, I have a bit of trouble. They don't make it very easy to search for the country that something's from, or at least my experience with Indiegogo is it's not very easy to find if they're from Australia. It's only when I sit there and try to go through it all that I find them.
There's the man of the hour we were talking about just a little while ago right there. He was my co-host for CromCon Europe. Glenn, I want you to meet Shane, who's possibly going to be my co-host for CromCon Australia. We're going to try to do it again, brother. You know how that works. I think Sim, is that Sim watching and listening to some Satriani? I'm down with that. Thank Lords. Everybody's showing up now. Here we go. Yeah, man, this is, it's what we do. It's networking, it's promotion, it's getting everybody involved,
Same thing I do, so just on an Australian limited.
Indiegogo in the country is always under the creator's name. Okay, who's the creator of Company Man? I can't remember Company Man. I can't remember. I'd have to go find out, and I can't do that right now during the show. So if you got that for me, let me know so Shane can look that up.
Yeah, definitely. I'll stick it on my because I actually promote Kickstarters as well, so it'll be good as a crowdfunding. Sorry, is the word I was looking for.
Right. Yeah, we do. I show them all off. Somebody, if I see it, I show it off.
Yeah, so same with me. All it is Kickstarter is much easier to find if someone's from a certain country. Because I try to limit myself to Australia. Because if I try to go broader than that, I'd need a team.
There it is. Company Man.
Oh, nice.
Dead, white, and blue.
I'll just look for that. Dead, white, and blue. Company Men. Yep.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Somebody else, that's what happens when we do this. Everybody finds stuff they never saw before. In England, listening to a Yank and an Aussie. Glenn, have you seen Steve? He knows.
Sorry, I'm just gonna write that down so I don't forget it.
Yeah, no problem. That's what the madness is all about.
Yeah, I've got the worst memory, so.
what Kevin and Dustin were saying earlier, that they met through, CromCon. I mean, that's what the whole basis of the group is networking, promotion, self-promotion, selfless promotion. It's like, what you and I do, where we're showing off everybody else's stuff. It's like, that's what it's about right now, man. Everybody has to help, bring the, what is it, rise the ship or whatever.
The rising tide rises all the ships.
Yes, Dank Lords, you can network something. That's what we're here for, bro. That's what the madness exists for, is networking and promotion. Blackbriar Press, Lee Byron Carver. Yes, that's who it was. I remember now. That is who it was. Great guy. Who's a great guy? You're a great guy. Steve's a great guy. But yeah, man, it's, I hate to keep saying it over and over, but that's really all it became. It started because of COVID, because all the cons went down, and you're saying the same thing down there. It's like you started building, it's like that's all we're doing, is trying to help everybody during a time when there's no easy way to get through this.
Exactly. Well, I started before COVID, the creators thing. I actually started on Boxing Day 2019. I think my site took off because of COVID, because it became a way for people to connect with each other. I think that's the only reason I have almost 100 people, is because people are like, well, I haven't got cons anymore. I've got to find another way to connect with people.
And see, with us, it was like we probably had 400 people. The group itself, Comic Related Madness, started in October of 19.
Yep.
And we were just, like I said, we were just showing off what we got. Hey, look what I got. That was how the group started. It didn't have anything to do with all this, the crowdfunding and all that came about from Raj turning me into a comic book character and me being in his group, or being in his book. And then it was like, okay, I'm a promoter now. I want to make sure this book succeeds because I'm in it. So I became a comic book promoter. The first book I tried to promote went totally south, and I don't know how I still ended up being involved in doing it. Like I said, I blame it on Raj.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, man. Hey, Shane. What's going on? Hey, Pops.
Oh, I like the backdrop now. See, yeah, I didn't notice that earlier. You must have been leaning over more that way or something.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, it's we do that for be able to do interactive stuff with guests, and then when we do the gaming and everything, the gaming board goes up there. Just something a little extra, just something to.
So I don't know if you got to
all about the love of comics. Yep.
I don't know if you got to listen to what kind of things we were throwing back and forth here, Kevin, but we have a plan.
You got a plan? Oh, I'm all for listening to that. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to duck out for a second to take a call, but I'm back now.
We're talking about the 18 people that are involved in the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could get all of them to come out on the same day and do CromCon Europe or CromCon Australia and launch the calendar the same day.
Yep, that was their group, C2 Comics and Movies, and then Oz. Well, I was going to put all three of those together for the ComCron for Australia, and then again feature. Nice. So we're on the same page to feature what Shane was doing. But yeah, the 18 artists were going to be what we're going to help fill that up. So we're right on the same page, man.
If we could launch the book the same day, like launch it at 9:00 in the evening.
Yep.
After we've shown everybody off, and then bam, launch the book.
Yep. Well, let's launch it on here, man. Why not? Let's do it.
Right now. Nice. No, I'm saying, I like that idea. I've never had a launch happen during the con.
Gotcha.
Or had the con based on a launch.
Right.
Yeah, Dank Lords, man, just drop links, dude. Drop links in the comments. If you got something to show off, that's what.
Yeah, we normally on this show, I know we normally kind of wind a Kickstarter down, and we've launched Kickstarters all over the place on other shows. But yeah, let's launch one here.
Yeah,
I think that'd be awesome.
It's like
we're like I said, that goes hand in hand with the idea of putting the three groups together and focusing on Australia for the next one coming up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. March 27th and 28th would be.
Yep.
That's the last weekend in March. If you want to roll it in the rotation, it would be CromCon Australia, or it'd be CromCon 12 Australia, or CromCon Australia, and the next one will be CromCon 1412. I don't know what.
Yeah. We're probably gonna do a CromCon Down Under, and then that's gonna be the and I've got just the artwork. We got to get Manny Soto to do a kind of a Crocodile Dundee-esque pops. So
Nice.
This is a Glenn Fleming advertisement for his Jack Kirby DVD, or actually the book. I think this is the book. But he also has a DVD about his trip to go hang out with Jack.
Yep.
Have lunch with Jack and stuff. And dude, yeah.
That's really cool.
Glenn is a treasure trove of old school info. You know, he's got stories and stories and stories. I could talk to dude for hours. You know,
if I can find this picture fast,
right there in the comments, bro. We'll put it up where people can see it. That's what we do.
I just dropped it over there in the IM. If you want to pull it off there, that's a picture that I use for the camaraderie picture. But I think we need to do something with one of those kind of knives. Get Manny to work you up something like that.
Oh, something like that, huh?
With that Bowie knife. That's a Bowie knife I found at a knife shop in Tennessee when I was on my honeymoon.
I mean, I have a couple of big blades.
Yeah, I mean, something like that.
I do have a couple of big blades right here handy.
That was my Crocodile Dundee impression of you. This is a knife, and I've got it around the other side. But I mean, that's a blade on that thing. It's huge. That's what we were joking a while ago about skinning the listener soap with the Bowie knife. So, but no. So, what day, Shane, do you actually have the Kickstarter itself set to launch? Actually, in Kickstarter.
But he was talking about on the 1st of April.
Right. That's what I thought so.
And then and we started talking. It's like if we did it the weekend before, that would fall right in the circulation for CromCon.
Yep.
Do CromCon Australia the last weekend of March.
Right.
Launch it. But I mean, you guys are the technical part of all that and all that.
We'll work that out. If the
definitely.
date's not changeable, what we can do is always use it as the build up for the following to get it for the launch.
Yep.
So there's a way to do it.
Or we could do CromCon since the timing is for them.
Yeah.
Since we're catering to their time zone, what difference does it make what day it is? As long as I'm free that day, I got all day. We can do it.
It's set for April 1st. What is April 1st? Is that
it's a Monday.
I think the weekend would actually be better because a lot of Australian artists actually have day jobs.
Got you.
Yeah. So,
okay.
27th and 28th, and then the first was a Thursday.
Yeah, first is a Thursday.
So the 28th is a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
What if you launched it on Tuesday? After we do the con, then we do Monday Madness on the 29th. We have you out. We talk about the launch, or maybe launch that Monday. I don't know. I don't know about Monday launches though.
Yeah, Monday launches Friday launches are the best. Thursdays are right behind it because Thursday's a payday, so people want to spend money. So
but you guys figure
let's you and I, Shane, talk, and we'll find out if we can adjust
definitely,
that date.
definitely.
If not, we'll see. And I mean, you have that special edition CromCon thing now that you can do. So I mean, we could do a. I'm like you, Pops. I'd rather do it on the day he's got it set than have him have to try to adjust. So let's.
If we can get everybody out, that's for me. It's the day we can get everybody out.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that offline. We'll talk about if we can get all the artists set up. Find out what the artists can do.
Yeah, that's
that's what I'll find out first.
You guys figured out. I'm letting you know.
Well, I appreciate that.
Is right there, and I'd love to launch that calendar at the same time.
There you go. I think that's a great fit. Like I said, that's kind of the whole. When I started first thinking about CromCon Down Under was when Shane and I started talking, and then I started talking to some of the other people down there, and found out what a pocket of different creators there were down there. And I was like, you know what? Let's scoop them all up together and do a CromCon from down there. That's when you and I first started talking about doing the CromCon, the Australian version. So we had just come off the European versions. Shane Stein and I started talking, and I started talking to Sean down there and ES and some other people. And we're like, you know what? There's enough to fill a con. just with the 3 groups.
That's what I said. Just right there with the calendar. If you just the people in the calendar is a full day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that could be day 1 or day 2, whatever day fits. Shane's schedule and the other artist.
Yep.
Awesome.
So Sean can probably get quite a few as well. Sean's pretty cool over at Comics to Movies.
Yep. We'll probably do. We could also do like Pop's talking about, a day of everything focused on your launch. Make it that is the day. That is all your day. And then and then the other one is the other different creators that are in Australia. That way, it's the whole going on with everything going on in Australia, but it focuses on your launch.
Yeah, cool.
3 groups, Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay, we got part 1 on Saturday for one group, part 2 on Saturday for the other group. Of course, the evening panel, and then Sunday is Shane.
Yeah.
Roll.
Yeah. That could work. That's good. The whole scheduling of the con thing, man. That's your forte.
Make sure you drop that on my Twitter profile as well, or on my Twitter page as well, so that I can go look at it afterwards. I probably won't watch this show again all over again. I never watch my shows over again. I hate how I look, how I sound, everything.
There's a lot of people in the field that say that they don't ever go to their own movies. They don't ever listen to their own radio shows. They just do it, and move on and do the next one.
The worst part
would be the same.
It's the same way with the promos I make and everything. It's like I don't do a second take.
Yeah,
I make it and I use it, and then later on I'll look at it and I'll go, oh, that's just cringeworthy. But it's like that everything I do, y'all know by now, it's straight off the cuff, it's straight off the sleeve. There ain't no, I don't take time to script nothing. I don't do any of that. I don't candy coat or put up the facade. You get pops.
Well, that's why I said that's the beauty of it. I mean, that's why I call you the Howard Stern of comics, man. That's why we have the whole look of that ad, man. That's with the reflection of the glasses, that whole thing, man. It's you got it. You got the look. I'm gonna try to do something real quick when I've got it. I'm gonna show you what I was talking about.
As a matter of fact, you can follow me on Twitter too. I'm like real close to 300 followers on Twitter. I only started actually actively doing that a couple months ago. Not doing that too long. Nice. That thing's growing too.
Yeah. This is like I was telling you. This is the background for Camaraderie. This is one of the backgrounds we have. These are all backgrounds that I change out on the screen. And then, of course, we got all the stuff with the listener that goes on. I mean, we've got the backgrounds for all the mapping and the dice and all that play back there. So, yeah, the screen's a lot of fun. It's and then, like I said, when I'm talking with people, it's good to have it up there. So it's something I've been wanting to do for a long time.
So,
it works better at an angle. If you put the camera directly at it, it's too much light coming at it. So I got to play with some lighting to see if I can do some direct. But over the shoulder works out great.
So if I made like a screensaver that like flashed different images, and I put it on and I used the PlayStation to play it on the TV, I could just like put the TV over here behind me and just have that thing playing on a loop.
Sure could. When we did the launch for Monty for Local Hero, if you notice, the TV was all the way in the back of his shop. That was playing panels from Local Hero. And then when we did the launch party from his bar, the launch party had the screen behind him, and we actually had a physical countdown. The pictures were changing out as we counted down to launch it. So we launched it live from his studio. The interesting thing about it is the way the camera setup is, you got to play with it because his camera setup was all the images were backwards, right? I mean, I've got mine corrected so it actually reads the right way. But sometimes they're actually reversed. You see that all the time, especially in auctions and we're reading people's hats and everything. You see it backwards. But if you can reverse, I have a way to reverse the image. So I reverse the image to make it right. It's a mirror image of what we made, and it shows up the correct way. If you look at it, turn around, it's backwards. But everybody watching, it's actually the right way. So yeah, if you want to, we can set some things up, and I can build it in a scrolling thing, and you could do like I just did, just hit a button and it swaps.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. See, I'm not the techie guy, like I said. It's like the other day I was watching something, sitting here at the computer watching something on YouTube, and my son's like, "Why aren't you watching that on your TV?" And he's like, No, I'm not.
The other reason I got this one is because I can take my phone and we're watching shows like this. I can hit a button and it throws the show back behind me.
Right.
So it's actually watching,
wow.
and when I'm in here doing some studio work, it actually is playing. I'm watching some old Pops reruns, and I'm watching some other cons go on. I'm watching some things back, or I'm listening to another podcast, and it's all right here on the screen. So that's through the Apple iPlay thing. It just actually promotes it right to your screen.
And that's
So,
another
that's
thing
pretty
I
cool.
like to tell people. It's like if you're kicking it, you're at home and you're working on your computer, even if you don't want to watch something, if you want to help somebody get some watch hours on YouTube, put their show on, turn the volume down, and go on back to work doing whatever you're doing and help your friends get extra watch hours. If they're trying to get toward monetization, they need 4,000 watch hours in a year's time, and that's a lot of watch hours. So turn somebody's show on and just leave it on in the background. Help your friends out, get their YouTube where they're trying to get to. It's like I do it for people all the time. I'll turn their show on and I'll just go back to what I'm doing.
Let's see if we can.
We got a whole bunch more Glenn here. From
Yeah,
the publisher of Brought to Crikey, the great comics magazine, a 100-page full cover bi-monthly comic publication boasting outstanding artwork, excellent articles, and in-depth interviews with the world's leading comics creators. Comics Unlimited. Be sure to get the next issue on Amazon this March. And while you're there, why not get the previous issues? They're all there. We got Lucifer Storm. Lucifer Storm did an article for Comics Unlimited, this next one coming up. And, Lucifer's a great dude, funny guy. And another announcement, they're currently adding subtitles to the Final Cut re-release of the DVD, Jack Kirby, A Personal Journey, which was originally released to mark the King's 100th birthday in 2017. This 2 DVD reissue set boasts previously unseen footage of Jack, Roz, and I at his home, the original ad trailer, the original film and photographs, plus a special Q&A held after the film premiere was shown to a selected audience. For more details, email the man Glenn at comicsunlimitedmagazine@gmail.com. That's how we do
show. I was going to figure out where I'm at. There you go.
That's how we do that.
Nice. I like it.
It's all about the promotion. Like I say, exposure,
man.
Exposure is king for everybody right now.
Yep. And like I said, I'm still playing with some lighting, still getting some things dialed in the new studio, but it's all working out. I don't know which one's better, with or without. Let's see. I think with actually helps the screen.
We got one of them chalkboards, the kind that you put outside the sandwich shop.
Yep.
We got one of those. I was thinking about putting it right here, and I could put just whatever I want on it and be funny.
Yep.
But
you gotta play with it though, because it's all about the lighting. Because, like I said, the camera's trying to read the light behind me, the TV. You got to play with it just right, because now the colors look good on the TV. They don't look good with the light off. They look better. I'm not as washed out with the light off. When the light's off, the color's better, but the TV's not. So you got to play with it if you want to do that. So just, we can get on StreamYard and we can dial it in and make it look good.
Yeah, I'd have to figure out. Oh man, I'd have to move TVs around and figure out where I'd plug stuff in at. And I'd have to change the whole setup here, man.
you could put it on wheels and roll it in, roll it out. My desk is actually a wraparound desk. I've got. There's 5 screens around me.
Oh.
It's up there on the dresser. It's like it's on wheels.
But yeah, like I said, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's actually, my phone makes 6 if you count the phone, but there's 5 screens wrapped around me right now, and that's what it takes normally to run a show. It normally takes at least 2 to run the live game that we've been doing on the listener. It takes at least a screen to run the game, and then another screen to pull all the comments over. So it gets fun. And then when we're doing everything with Comic Rotary, I'm running it usually on 3 screens.
Well, I lose my voice on 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I imagine 5.
Yeah, it's like landing planes, but it's fun though. They all have their
where's my mouse? Where's my mouse?
Well, yeah, it's fun to just grab one all the way across from one side to the other. And what's funny is the one behind me, I've got to look behind me to find out where I threw it at, because I got to, make sure it lands there.
Well, I'm actually going to get the phone turned on this week, and we're going to deal with that other issue.
Gotcha.
Setting up the other things so that we can do some other things.
Awesome. That would be cool.
That as much as I hate having a cell phone, I hate it.
I know.
I hate it.
It's a necessity in this day and age.
Well, I mean, it's just a necessity to turn everything on, and so that you can verify that, yeah, that's you. That's all I need it for.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, that's the only thing. It's not like I use a computer, I use a landline.
Right. Yeah, you were lucky I was close to the house because like, hey man, I need this thing, and I was like, I'm almost there.
Well, even then, it's like I still haven't got with Phil yet because his Comcast was out again. I
just talked to him a second ago. He's having computer problems, so
I'm still trying to get him the keys. If he isn't available and I'm not, give him the keys.
Yep. Okay.
Set him up so he can get in here and set up.
Yeah.
Because I told him to set up a brand of his own in here.
Yeah.
So that he can go out and do shows when he wants to too. With his own color scheme and his own backgrounds and his own. I told him, man, it's like, set yourself up in here so that you have that.
And it's such a great thing. Like I said, I don't get paid by StreamYard, but it's a cool thing because I set up meeting rooms in there. Right. So I have my meeting room set up, and it's got its whole bunch of scenes in the background. It's got its whole bunch of skins to it, and you can also do all these overlays. I don't have control of your board right now, or I'd show you, but there's overlays we have for the game that we actually throw on, and it gives you the background image. We're in the middle ground, and then the foreground, the front, is actually a layer that goes on top. So you can do a lot of cool stuff with that.
I see that here for like this StreamYard thing like that, but I don't know how to make them.
Yeah, we make those, and it's a whole different. Well, actually, I can throw you one.
I'd have a few, that I could just like throw different stuff up, so that even like now, when our whole background's covered up, I'd still be able to put something over the front. That's
right, and that's the usefulness of them. I mean, that's what the whole.
Because the backgrounds are great until you got 4 people here, and then you can't see it anyway.
Yeah.
So that's when the overlay comes in handy.
Yep.
Just for like the names of the shows, Monday Madness.
Yeah, it's just they're labor intensive, but they are cool, and we've got it pretty much down to a science now to build them and put them up there. And you have to kind of keep in mind it's like a ViewMaster. You have the background scene, us, and then the front, and when it pulls up, there it is. I'm going to throw you one real quick, and you can just dump it in there, and you can see what I'm talking about. Let's see. There's you. And let me find a good one.
You want to see something funny, Kevin?
Should be a comics one.
Yeah, I need to build one. I'm gonna have one built before the con. That's for sure. I've got that in the process.
You want to see something funny though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Watch the screen just for a second. That's the second piece of art I ever did.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
Like a couple years ago, I did that. It was like, I didn't know what I was doing. I wanted to find out what it was like for you guys, for artists. I wanted to find out what it was like for them. And I drew an Elektra. I drew a She. I drew a Thanos. I drew a Lady Death. I just went on this little spree for like a year where I drew a few things. And then I was like, okay, I get it now. God, I can't. It's like I have to put them in frames so that I'll leave them alone.
Yep.
Because every time you put it away, it's like, and then you're looking at it, it's like, oh, that's horrible. I need to fix that. Oh my God. And
you always want to tweak with it. You always want to mess with it.
Pretty much.
Like for me, I just throw them in the frame and I'm done with it. I don't.
Yeah, they're never ever really done. They're forever.
Well,
what I just sent you. All you gotta do is what I just sent you on Facebook. Just take that and drop it in where it says overlays on the right hand corner for the StreamYard. Just drop it in there.
All right, let me download that real quick. Okay, now let me come over here.
And then I'm working on right now, Shane. I'm also trying to get. I'm taking the art that's already there, that's in that folder, and we're using that to make one of those motion deals. I don't know if you got a chance to see one of them yet.
Nice.
Well, no, it's not
That's not the overlay one. Okay, hang on. That's what you have to build first, and then you white out the white, and the white becomes clear.
That's the
So,
background. That's
yeah.
a good background, though.
Well, I just moved everything, so it takes me a second. So if you want to talk amongst yourselves, it took me. I moved everything over to terabyte drive, so I'm trying to, or 2 terabyte drive. I'm trying to pull everything up.
Now it's the background. Shit.
Yep.
It just became a background, just like that.
Well, just so people know where they can find me, just while there's a bit of working of stuff out, it's my Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook are all just ComXNetAU. So my site without the dots.
Just like what you see scrolling across the bottom right there.
Oh yes, just without the dots, and that'll get all my social medias.
We got that one, and we got the one for the sign-up page for the calendar as well.
Yep, right. Nice. Yeah, we're also giving away prints with that. We've got over 20 so far. We're working towards 30 prints.
So it's an 18-month calendar. So that's 18 awesome pieces of art already.
Yep.
And then you're throwing in a bunch of prints.
Yep.
From the same artists.
From the same artists and some extra artists as well who wanted to be on the calendar, but we can only fit 18, of course. So,
yeah. Right. So, see, those are the people that we're going to need to be on Saturday to fill up.
Yeah.
Let them know. They're not.
Yeah, I'll let them all know. I'll let them all know because there's bound to be people who are too shy to come on. So it'll be good to have those extra people as backup.
Right.
There you go. I found it. So.
Okay. Let's see.
That one's got a clear middle. It's kind of like the old ViewMasters. When you flip through a ViewMaster, that's kind of what you're doing. So you just saw what the white is. You build it. You make the white what you're going to clear. This next piece is going to be the overlay that overlays the three of us, and it's the dice. This is actually was built for the Listener Road to Sin game. And just stick it in the see. That's in front of it. That's in front of us now.
Oh, I just got
that's in front of us. That's the overlay.
Yep. So if you change the background out, change the background to anything. It doesn't matter, whatever background you got in there. See, now there's 3 levels. There's 3 layers, and you know, normally what you do is if you hit the button and change us around and where we're at, it will work because it was built for a main person and 3 people. So the main person is telling the story of the game. The 3 or 4 people are off to the side, and you're interactive. And then we have ones that go over just the bottom. I've got one for comic camaraderie that it goes and it's the nuclear symbol. And when there's time for a commercial break, the nuclear symbol lets out radiation for a second, and that's queuing up as a commercial. So it just depends on, you got to figure out what you want to build. So for the calendar, I have some ideas we can go over later on what to build, and then just implement those into your deal. So yeah, we're all over it, man.
I just need one of those now that says Monday Madness. One that says CromCon. Because that one's cute, but it's like I can only really use it when Dustin's on.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's So we built that one specifically for him, and then like I said, we've got a whole stack of them being built. So they come in really handy. They're really great for shows like this.
They're cool. I've got to learn how to do all that sort of stuff as well because I help promote people in Australia, so I need to start learning to do all this.
Well, see, what would be nice is to build one that has your logo at the bottom. So it'd be like a band of purple. It'd be some sort of shape with your logo, and it would always be at the bottom of the screen or the top of the screen. We could figure out what works best.
Yep.
Or do one of each. There's all kind of ways to do it. I've got some now, like this one, that wrap all the way around, and some of them that will start in the center, and then like for inked marketing, it's the octopus in the middle, and then there's an octopus arm that come in from different angles on the screen. So
nice.
It just kind of holds the screen in place. And you can get really tricky with it because you can do snapshots of the 2 and 3 people like we have here. And then you can actually do the overlay where it only lets out where the 3 people are and everything else is some sort of image. So you can get really.
So that's how they do it. I've always wondered how they do it.
Yep. It's an image. It's a mask, a skin, we call it, that goes over, and we pop out through the middle of it. But you just actually cut out, you leave a white area where you want whatever the clear image to come through. Yeah. And once you get
Cool.
the measurements done right, it works.
It's like if you could make one of those for, it's like it would be a lot of work, but you make one for when there's one person, you make one for when there's two people, you make one for when
Correct.
there's three people. Like this,
Correct.
you can fill these two areas up down
Correct.
here with NSC Roadshow logo and Comic Related Madness logo in those two areas, right?
Yep. The one I think does very well at it is Brian Silverback. He has an awesome setup because his is set up for the drawing. So you see his drawing table and you see him drawing, and that's one mask. And then there's a camera off to the side, and the camera off to the side is him talking. So that's one that's set out in front of him. So he's talking to you as he's doing it, and you're watching what he's drawing, and it's all from two different angles.
Cool.
We're working on some stuff with some other clients because Brian's one of the clients. We do some other stuff with some other clients to where there's multiple cameras involved. So you're gonna get immersed in with what they're doing from several different angles, but it's all going to be masked to where it's all set in one. So you just have to figure out what you want your end result to be and then start mapping out to it. Like, I think it'd be cool to take the logo itself, and since the logo is white in the middle, knock out the center where all you can do is see through the white letters.
Oh, yeah.
That would be another cool one. And then you can actually drop images in behind it. So every time you put that mask over a project or over one of the pieces of artwork, the artwork shines through the letters of your logo.
Nice.
Right.
So those kind of things, that's all different things that I've gotten jotted down that, we'll get together here next week and kind of work through. We're working through some of them right now. So I just want to have some physical pieces done. But yeah,
that's great news.
So you got a chance to talk about some of the artists. We talked about the launch and how we're going to kind of put all that together.
Yep.
And then you talked about the sites of where you're going to be and what's available. And then we've got a whole other set of shows lined up coming your way. But yeah, I think the thing to do it on the show would be awesome. I think that would be a great way to do it.
That would be a great way to do it.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome. It'd be a first for us doing a launch during CromCon. That would be a first. It would be awesome. I mean, just that many people involved in a project. We have them all out there. That'd be just sweet.
Yeah.
It's like that would be unique. It would make me feel like we're still progressing and we're still making things better and coming up with ideas to keep things fresh. And that's, that's how we're going to keep people entertained and interested in what we're doing is to keep.
Well, I think that's been since day one, since we've kind of just kept, we've added the skins to the show, and then we've added more skins, and then we've added, the whole getting outside of the U.S. and pulling in other markets, and with Terry's help and with Boom's help over there, they helped bring in some great artists from Europe, and then now we're talking with Shane, some other artists down in Australia, and it's just bringing everybody together. That's all this was ever about, was to bring people together. And,
same with comics.
I can't complain at all about the growth since we joined up with you. We added a couple hundred people to the group. The YouTube channel's growing. As much as I hate the cesspool that is Twitter, it's growing. I've met a lot of great people there with a lot of great projects that I'm bringing them to the madness and showing our people what they're doing. And as much as I hate going there, I can't not go there now because there's just too much good stuff to find.
No, and it's a good social program takes all of the pieces of the Rubik's Cube to get the best way to get everything.
I'm slowly figuring it all out.
It is, and that's what our job is. I'll show you a little bit more about showing stuff to the screen. And
nice.
There's we just launched the new part of the website. So that's out now. And again, that's we always, like I said earlier on the other show, and I'm saying again with you, we always give props back to Pops because that show that Dustin and I do was born on the last panel of CromCon 9. So it's just another one of those bringing people together. It sparked something else, which sparked something else. And as more creators come on that show, I let them know about what Pops has going on and everything else going on the NSC Roadshow. And it just brings everybody back in that loop. And it just promotes everybody. That's what our job is. We manage a lot of people and a lot of groups, and that's what we do is just put them in with other people, and we take all the headache out of the way. And what I mean by headache is we let the creators create, right? We do all the stuff that you guys keep being you. You keep going out there, making these awesome projects, doing these awesome things, and then we worry about the rest of it, right?
Yep.
Get media kits out there, get press kits to people, book you on shows, get or line you up with a show, and they book everything out themselves. However it needs to work to get your message out there is what we do. That's what we're about, and it's always been about the creator since day one. That's why we put together the whole idea to begin with.
Yeah, it's like, for me, it was like, I know so many guys that just, first off, okay, they're thrown into a world of self-promotion that they never had to deal with before,
Yeah.
I mean, all they had to do was just go out and say, I'm going to be at, C2E2 next month. Everybody come see me. That was all they had to do, right? It was just a post on their Facebook page. Look where I'm going to be next month.
Right.
Or next weekend, or, small show, big show, signing, whatever. All they had to do is just go say, this is where I'm going to be. People showed up. Now you got to come out here and get people to stay here and look at you and talk to you.
Yeah.
Up and I mean, it's a little different game. I have to enjoy it. I enjoy the hell out of it. So
and there'll be some cool things we kind of have in our bag that Shane and I are going to talk about for some special tiers and some special stretch goals and some other stuff that's going to make the calendar project a really cool project.
Awesome.
Some add-ons and some other things. So we've been working hard on coming up with things to make the project unique. And we always pride ourselves in wrapping the advertising around what accentuates the product the best, and bringing things, the swag, as they say, to things that make sense. If you do something that makes sense for the project, it's not a gimmick, right? And I hate that word anyway. But if you were doing a comic book about, or a calendar about, the music that comes from Australia, right, and part of your sales or your stretch goal was, a statue of a race car figure, right? They have nothing to do with each other. And that's more of a gimmick, because this special figure might be, one of 10 ever made of Dale Earnhardt or something, and people want that, so they go buy the calendar to go in for a raffle, so to speak, for that. And I get that, and that works in some categories. To me, they're more effective if they're having to do with the product related. You're doing. Yeah, like we just did with the listener. Everybody goes, soap? What are you doing with soap? Yeah, but the soap was Dustin's idea, it was awesome. I love when creators come up with that stuff. But he found a soap that smells like whiskey, gunpowder, and so it fits the book, right? So I mean, and so those kind of things. That's the Monty's was the for everything for local hero. Was he got the dog tags, and the dog tags are actually from the U.S. military issued dog tags, the same people that make them. So when you get your swag in from that book, that's what you got, was an actual U.S. dog tag. I'm sure he's reaching around. He's probably got one on the shelf somewhere.
Where the heck are my dog tags at? Dang it.
So I mean, all those kind of fun, cool things. I think what's nice about this product is the fact that it's got so many different styles within those 18 artists. I think that all of them add a really nice touch to the calendar.
That was my son's, not mine. Well,
there's a very varied range of art styles in the calendar.
Comic-related madness.
Oh, nice.
See, there you go.
Compliments of Heather Ellen from Comics and More Chaos.
Nice.
And Polito's in on that.
Oh yeah,
Polito's in on that. I got another one around here there somewhere though that says Pops Van Zant Jedi Master, but I don't know where it is.
Nice.
That's a military one that my son made for me when he was in the Army. Van Zant Jedi Master, yes.
The other cool thing I like about the project that Shane's got going is the fact that they're music from Place Down Under. Well, just an example of, right? It's just a random example. They actually do have that music out though. That is actually one of those soothing things that puts you to sleep with all the different sounds of nature and stuff. So I have heard that before. I don't own one, but I have heard that before. So it just kind of came to mind with references. I mean, there's so many different things that come from down there. And I was talking with another customer down there the other day, and he said there's only 4 comic shops in the whole of all of Australia right now. Is that? I mean, was that?
No,
is that
that's
maybe just in his area.
He might have meant just his area.
Probably so. It's like there's got to be more than that because there's 2,100 in the continental U.S. Well, and I do realize that like the middle of Australia is void, and everybody lives on the.
There's a couple of really big cities in Australia. They got to have more.
Sydney, of course, itself, but you can fit.
Was he in Sydney? Was he in Sydney?
No, he's a little bit outside of Sydney, but I mean, I'm just trying to figure out.
There's only 4 in Sydney.
That's what it is then.
It's Melbourne where they all seem to be. I don't know, something about down there. Comics must be a much bigger thing. I think there's like, I'd have to look on my map just to check.
Yeah, just,
but I think there's like
there's
like half a dozen of them.
Yeah, I was like, there's got to be more, but I figure. I mean, if there's 100, that would be interesting.
Complicated city, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, to get out to some of these, when you got to kind of drive through the desert, it kind of becomes kind of a drag, to get to that one shop when it's 110 degrees on, what is that? What is that devil's? What is that? The rock that's out there in the middle of nowhere that just shoots up. What's the name of that rock?
Do you mean Ayers Rock or?
Well, it's always featured in movies. What's the name of that? Is it Devil's something? Is it
one and third?
I'm not familiar with it actually. It might be something that they tell everyone outside, and us in Australia are like, what?
What do you call it? It's probably called something different there anyway. That's what I find interesting with talking with clients all over the world is the fact that we're always trying to, one of them is remodeling his house, and we all call something different. Right, so we're trying to figure out what he calls a hammer versus what we call, what he calls caulk versus what we call caulk, because it's always an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it is. We've all different words between the countries, that's for sure.
God, that's bugging me now because
I have some interesting conversations with people with it that I know in America. They're like, what? What's that word mean?
Oh yeah, and then there's the friend of mine over there that always shows me pictures off their balcony, and there'll be a koala bear. Just sitting there, just relaxing, just eating a leaf every now and then. It's right off their back porch.
Let's see, what's this? He said, wrote to all the comic shops in Oz about taking Comics Unlimited, and not one replied. No wonder we got rid of those guys.
Oh dear.
Glenn, you're supposed to have gone to bed, my friend.
Well, I always get fussed at by Phil. He's like, "You're still up." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a vampire because I'm always dealing with everybody all over the world that it's these oddball hours, and I know it's late over there, So,
well, where we are, it's the middle of the day actually. So
is it the middle of the day over there? Yeah, I always get phone jet lag. I call it. I've got to look to see what time zone I'm in.
See, and that's the whole thing. It's like I did the one for Europe where I wanted it to be in their, prime time there. So we came out early in the morning.
Yep.
And started, so that it would be prime time there. It's like, I don't know. I have to figure it all out for Australia. I don't know what time I'm going to be out here for you guys. It's got to start at noon your time.
Yeah.
Noon.
So you back that up. So that's what?
Well, that's noon. Our time is an hour ago.
Yeah.
So you'll go through the night.
So I'll be starting at 9 p.m.
Yep.
Yes.
And I'll be doing it all night long. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it'll be.
Have a good rest that day.
For me, it's like I don't sleep much on CromCon weekends. I mean, you can ask Kevin. It's like I'll do the show all day, and I'll still be out here at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, having to come out here again tomorrow. It's like it's kind of an adrenaline rush for me, and it's until
of course.
I don't come down till Monday. I
was going to say if we do 2 days, I hope I get sleep between them.
I don't get much because first off, it's like I live out in the boonies, so power outages, stuff like that, it happens.
Yes.
I worry about that. I worry about, are all my guests going to show up? Do I have somebody lined up in the background to fill a spot if I need it? All the stuff that goes on, I mean, I've done it 12 times now. I'm pretty sure been hit with just about everything that can go wrong.
Okay, it is Devil's Tower. No, that's back here in the States. It looks like Devil's Tower. It's just it's the desert, and there's just this mountain that comes up out of it, and it looks like Devil's Tower. But Devil's Tower is in the U.S.
In the U.S. Okay.
From Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's
right. But I'm trying to think of the one that's in Australia.
Is it really tall, or is it? Oh, okay. I only know Uluru, and that's what used to be called Ayers Rock. Sorry. And that only sort of, it's about this wide, that high type of thing. So it's quite wide. I don't know one that shoots out of the ground like that.
I'll find it. It's just one of those weird Google things that's going to bug me now for about an hour till I find it.
See, I totally understand what he's saying right here. See, I used to have a saying, stay up all night and add a day to your life.
Yeah.
Because you sleep away too much of it. He's like, there's too much going on, and we're going to be dead for a long time, so you better be awake and experience as much as you can.
Get it all in while you can, yeah.
Yeah, I do all sorts of odd hours, and my saying is, sleep is for the weak.
Yeah.
I always tell the people about that, about getting old. Getting old isn't for sissies.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
I don't recover as well as I used to.
Well, see,
there's that.
I have hereditary tendinitis. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
my dad had, my sister said, everybody's got it, right? So it affects right here, which is why you always see me wearing the compression gloves.
Yep.
It affects this tendon right here. But lately, I'm getting that Achilles twinge on my right ankle.
That's not good.
And it's like now I'm all wearing brace and everything, man, because
that's a painful one.
Can't.
A couple years ago, well, actually more than about 3 years ago, when my wife and I were in Georgia, we were walking and doing all kind of stuff, and I was walking around the block. I said, "God, I must have stepped off the curb wrong, or something's wrong." And I thought I had, I was getting old enough to where I had maybe gout or something. I don't know. I went to the doctor after about a week. It wouldn't go away, and I had what they call plantar fasciitis, and it's that tendon that runs across the bottom of your foot actually dries out and tears.
Yep.
And God, it's like walking on glass. It just hurt. And then it just went, it's been just one of those kind of things after another. And then I got, I always call it practicing medicine because the doctors gave me the wrong medicine for heart blood pressure and stuff. And I've just been, as Pop knows, a whirlwind of fun things since we moved. I won't even go into all that, but I spent a good little 5 little days in the hospital doing all this COVID stuff. That wasn't COVID related, thank God, but I didn't like being in the hospital anyway.
Yeah.
With everything going around. Now, of course, I cough in the middle of it because you got that.
See, my granddaughter had a issue last week. We had to take her to the hospital. She had a breathing. She's got asthma, so but she had an asthma attack, and of course the doctor we took her to here in the boonies said, "Oh, take her to the hospital."
Mm-hmm.
They kept her overnight. It was asthma attack. A couple breathing treatment. She's home. She's fine. But they did give her a newer, better inhaler.
Awesome.
More, more powerful or better for her, or whatever. I mean, they tried to at least adjust something to make.
Well, yeah, and they're always, like I said, they're always practicing medicine. And I just, this COVID stuff is scary enough, and I won't get off on a tangent, but we had to travel for a funeral here recently, and we went through LAX and Atlanta, which LAX is the number 3 most traveled, in Atlanta, ATL, that's the number 1. So, man, I don't know how it is down there right now, but every mask imaginable was there. I mean, they had pretty much a Kleenex, if nothing else, or what I call the chin strap guy that hasn't bought a new mask in 8 or 9 months, and it slips down and it hangs on their chin, so you get all of this. And
a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah, and then I saw a guy walking through the thing. He passed right in front of me, and he had the whole, like we were at work, the full face shield with the HEPA filter screwed into the side. I'm like, he's not playing. He's not doing nothing.
Definitely not.
That. Yeah, but Callie, you could run into a burning building with that thing on, and pretty much be okay. So yeah, it was. I mean, you don't want to touch anything. You're washing your hands constantly. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's a funeral. It's a family member. You got to go. But I mean, we've had. I've got other family members that have passed away from that. And like I said, I don't know how it is in Australia. I hear there's lockdowns, and I mean, is it getting any better, or is it worse, or what's the?
It just seems to be sort of popping up in different cities, and then they lock down, and then it goes away, and then it pops up again. So they have another lockdown. Like Brisbane, where I live, we had a lot. It was only like a 5-6 day lockdown. I don't understand how that works, but that's what we had, and we had to wear masks, and we had to even you couldn't leave the house unless you had a good reason, whatever essential services or whatever they call it. So it wasn't too bad. It was only 5 days to a week. I can't quite remember. I sit on the computer all day, so I have no idea that I'm not allowed outside. So
well, I've heard other people were talking about how they try to get away from cash and they try to go to plastic as much as they can because it tends to hold. I mean, there's all kind of rumors about everything, and we could talk about that the rest of the night. But they talked about Australia specifically trying to get away from cash and going to using only cards. I heard that was a thing.
I heard that was a thing, that some stores weren't accepting cash. That was in the peak of it. I don't know if that's still a thing. I didn't, like I said, I hardly get away from this little area here.
Yeah.
I live here to do comics. So,
yeah.
And even my job is web development. So I sit here as well. So, you know, I
just noticed that it's like here, if they want, and this has been my opinion the whole time, and some people get mad at me for it, but if they want to create a spike, all they have to do is take 100,000 test kits somewhere and test people. There's a spike.
Yeah.
Okay, because you're going to have positive results out of 100,000 people. And they do it in whatever city they want to do it in. They're not doing it everywhere, or everywhere would be spiking all the time, because this thing was loose in October, November, December.
Oh, yeah, way before we ever knew about it. What I always tell people was,
we were exposed to it before we even knew about it.
There was a gentleman we worked with. I mean, I myself had to go into the ER because of some breathing things months before that, like 3 or 4 months before it was unveiled. And I was in Colorado, which was one of the first hot spots.
Like November?
Yeah.
Yeah, like November. That's when it ran through here the first time, too.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first deaths were, from my understanding, were in Colorado. It could not be. It could be Washington. Well, I'm in both. So, I mean, anyway, go figure, right? So, a gentleman from work had to be put on oxygen. And he had secondary condition. He has cancer. So that kind of all made us raised a red flag. Well, the trailer we were in, it ran through everybody, right? Everybody had a touch of, but we're all in close proximity of each other, right? So that got us thinking. All these different things kind of get you going. But anyway, I don't want to go conspiracy theory because, like I said, everybody's got an opinion about it.
Yes, that's true.
And then it gets political, mask, no mask.
This was my whole thing, though, is like, for me, it was like, it was here for a long time before we started talking about it. Before we found the first case.
Trust me, brother, I'm from Louisiana, and it's called the Spanish flu. Okay, if you want to go check out mass destruction of a population, go to a cemetery in New Orleans, because of course they're all above ground, and just look at vault after vault after vault after vault of unmarked graves that all that influenza and Spanish flu and all that just wiped out and massacred people. I mean, that stuff just comes in cycles. It's just part of being on this planet. It's just
like you gotta figure the planet we're a bunch of little parasites on it, and every now and then we piss it off.
I picture the planet like the cow, and we're like the ticks on the cow, and the picking us off.
Every now and then, old Mother Nature gets a little bit upset and says, "All right, that hurts. Y'all spat me a little bit too much right there."
Yep. Yep, we're the fleas and the ticks on the dog, and the dog's scratching us off.
Yeah, here's a little whack for you. Oh, you built a nuclear reactor where? Tidal wave. It's like it's
Hey, you want to talk nuclear reactor? There's all kind of stuff we can talk about offline about the interesting things that happened with that event. Being in the industry, I got to hear and it's all unclassified, all declassified, whatever you want to call it. But it's all interesting things how that turn of events happened, because it could have been avoided.
Oh yeah,
and
these things that happen can be avoided, brother.
You can time most either, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but most plant events like a refinery, and I'm sure it happens down there too. There's a bunch of LNG plants down there, and I almost went to a job in Australia. But all of these particular mass events that happen usually happen 2 or 3 in the morning. It's usually a shift change thing, or it's a middle of the night thing, or it's a somebody was probably supposed to have been paying the controls and they weren't thing.
Oops.
Or push the wrong button thing.
Fell asleep on the buttons thing.
Yeah, I was actually in a control room in a refinery, an unnamed refinery, that I walked in and I'm getting my paperwork to go out and do my job, and I'm getting all my permits and everything, and I hear this ding, 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 and I hear this bell going off, like a dinner bell. I'm looking around, I was like, what in the world? I look, and there's a bell by itself bouncing up the wall. I said, I just watched it come back down, and it was on a fishing line. So when I walked out of the door, I followed it like 2 or 3 hallways, and they had put all these pulleys and all kind of stuff they had made, and it went all the way to the front door, which the front door was several rooms away. So when they opened the front door to that building, and it was only 2 operators because this whole part of the plant was basically almost shut down. 2 operators were in there. That's the only thing, and you had to go 3 rooms in to get to them. So they had plenty of time to get up and get situated and do whatever they wanted to do, because that little bell would ring. And that's what it was doing. It was letting them know people were coming in the door. Well, what's back to what you got going on with the deal? What is for the new people watching the show, what is the best way that someone can access more about what's going on with Comex? What's some of the best ways that they can kind of learn more about some of the different things that you're doing for the artist for Australia?
Well, just go to the website. It's probably the easiest way. I also have 2 groups on Facebook. One's called Australia Loves Comics. That's the one behind me.
Oh, I'm going to join me some groups here. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, so that's just all that group is.
Are us States people allowed to join your Australian group?
The Australia Loves Comics group? No. It's for people in Australia who love comics. But there's another group called Love Oz Comics. Anyone can join that.
You old Yankees.
Yeah. It's the only requirement there is that you love Australian comics, made comics. That's it. That's all. That's the question that it asks you when you go in.
I'd just be trying to get to know these guys so I can promote them. Are they going to love me or hate me? I'm a Yankee.
Oh, no. There's people all around the world in that group.
But Australia loves comics. They don't want nothing to do with me.
No, I'll invite you in. It's all good.
You got the inside track there.
There you go.
We'll do that thing like you know how you can buy a square foot of England and become a lord. We'll have to go.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
We can buy a square foot of Australian turf, so we can be Australians. That's what we got.
Yes.
We got to develop that.
Definitely.
But no, okay. Well, yeah. If you want to send Pops a list and me of all those kind of groups, we'll help promote those groups. And get that out there, and
well, they're actually on the homepage. Actually,
they are. Okay.
Yeah, I just realized. I just remembered. Sorry, comics.net.au. On the homepage, there is 4 comic groups. 2 of them are mine. 2 of them are people I partner with, and they're all to do with Australian comics. Yeah. So
do you guys mess with toys at all? Do you work with any toy groups over there? Because one of the main toy groups that I work with is housed out of Australia, and it all has to do with Masters of the Universe. And their whole thing is it's a whole huge group in Australia that loves Masters of the Universe. And
there's heaps of those. There's heaps of those types of groups. There's ones that are like, I know one that's just about photography of toys.
Okay.
Putting toys in different positions and making really cool photos with them.
That's cool.
That's an Australian group as well. And there's heaps of stuff about toys. There's Geektopia. I think he's a lot about toys.
Yep. We do a lot of stuff in Geektopia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's cool to see what you're doing, because, like I said, it's another one of those bringing people together things.
Yeah, it is. That's what it's all about. Yeah, that's what it's all about, is bringing all the creators together, helping people find all the different shops. Find the events is one I've got to get back on track again now that events are starting to be allowed again. Small events are being allowed again.
That was the other thing I wanted to ask you. What's the scene like down there? Are they starting to talk about them again, or are they still pretty much?
They're just talking about them. I've only seen, in my experience, like maybe 1 or 2 pop up, and they're more in the regional areas where COVID never hit. I haven't heard of anything happening, say, here in Brisbane or Melbourne or Sydney, your major cities where it hit. But I could be wrong. I haven't been looking as hard as I should. I've been concentrating a lot on the creators. So that's where all my efforts have been of late.
Tell me a little bit.
I want to throw out at you that's kind of happening here a little bit. People are doing signings at bookstores.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So if you got a creator that's local to a bookstore and he's got something that he can go, that's just another way of getting them exposure, and it works both ways for both the creatives and the store that's doing it. And it's drawing some people out on the smaller scale, but at least it's bringing some people out.
Yeah.
So
I've been trying to encourage that as well. Simply,
encourage
one of the questions. Yeah, one of the questions. Yeah, sorry. One of the questions I ask creators is what state they're in. And the reasoning behind that is so that when people are looking through the list, if they're a store or if they're running an event, they can go, oh, these guys are all local to me. Right. So we can ask them because they're more likely to come because they're in the same state. So that's the purpose behind that.
Do you know, or have you heard anything about the released information that came out not just recently about Marvel kind of putting up shop down there for the next 4 or 5 years? They're going to be shooting some of the Marvel movies down there here pretty soon.
I heard about that only like an hour before I hopped onto this. I saw a story come up on my feed. I'm like, wow, is that for real?
That's a for real deal. It's they're going to shoot one of the Black Panthers down there. One of my friends, someone that he knows, got a part in one of the movies. And it's just they're setting up shop for the next 4 or 5 years, and they're kind of getting away from
feeling out of Hollywood to me. But that's just
the Australian group that I'm in, the feed about it. A lot of them are going, it's because the Australian government gives a lot of tax benefits.
That's what they do here in the States for around Georgia, anywhere around Atlanta, Georgia. There's a lot of discounts and movies get filmed there. Tell me,
walking word.
The American dollar is so good here.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about that real quick? I saw that pop up the other day.
Oh, Citrus. Yes.
Yeah. Fill us in on that, man.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. What that is for the last month or so, I've had people asking me since I started comics if I would publish them, or if I knew a way to publish them, or all that sort of stuff. So, well, actually, it's been more than a few months. It's been quite a while I've been getting those sort of questions asked of me. So I have a company name that I was going to turn into a store, which I never turned into a store, called Citrus Comics. And I went, well, I can use this now to publish.
Mm-hmm.
So just after, it was probably the last month, I've got a bit of pressure from people. I've talked to friends, what do you think? And I got some good words from some people very influential in the Australian scene, and they gave me some positive feedback for it. So I just went, well, stuff it, I'll do it. Well, I said, well, this is a great way to be more practical about my support, and helps and publish like new up and comers, that sort of thing. And so that's where Citrus Comics was born.
Yeah, it's awesome. I was reading about it the other day. I'm like, when it popped up, I said, we're gonna have to talk about this one. I said, this is just an awesome thing, and another one of those great things you have for people coming together. There's definitely some stuff we can talk about some. There's several creators I know down there, and several letterers and all kind of stuff that would be be able to pull in and make that just a tremendous thing. So awesome
definitely.
thing to see.
It was born of comics, and it was just a bit of pressure, and just went, well, everyone's asking me because I'm starting to get known down here through comics. So it's just natural progression to make a publishing company that published people who are not well known or up and comers.
That's
with
awesome.
The occasional well-known person in there to sort of boost them.
Right.
Yeah, so we're starting off... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say we're starting off with an anthology. 4 stories, 8 pages long each. And that comes out... We're doing a Kickstarter for that in July.
Well, I think one of the things to actually consider, too, and this is something we've been looking hard at, is... As you know, it's hard shipping-wise to get books from there to here and here to there.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
If there's a division or something you're thinking of that could or be willing to, on the indie side of things, print some indie books for sales that happen there, I think that would be an awesome transition, and vice versa. There's some print places here and publishers here that would probably do the same to print some of the books down there. That way you're not involved with all the drop shipping, back and forth. That's just something I was thinking about the other day because I'm always approached with, when we do the Kickstarters for people, we do the different comic things for people. They go, hey, well, do you do anything about fulfillment? I had 8 conversations about fulfillment in 1 week. Does Ink do fulfillment? I was like, no. I said, but I can put you in contact with somebody that does. And then I really stepped back and got to thinking about it and the cost, because anytime I talk about bringing people from the U.S. outside the U.S., we start having to talk about cost and fulfillment and what's going to cost. Shipping the $25 worth to ship a $15 book, those kind of things. So that might be something to chase down.
This was something that I wanted to talk. You two have talk about too. Was trying to set him up with a printer up here to print the calendar and ship the calendar.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yep, so that would be awesome. If we could to capture even more audience, that would be awesome.
Yep. And not deal with the major shipping costs.
Yeah, because that helps the end user in being able to afford your product.
Yeah, well, the calendar is a ridiculous price to ship, I found out. So
yeah,
it's almost it's about 1.5 times the product.
If we can have like the people in America that back it, if we could get it where they can print it here and just have it shipped from Comics Wellspring in Michigan.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a trade-off between 2 different publishers. That way,
have you talked to Varian at all, Kevin? Have you talked to Varian about Liberty?
A little bit. We've been trading messages back and forth about a couple different things.
That might be something you can get with where they already use Comics Wellspring and do that thing already for like people in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
They print them down here in Michigan and distribute them straight out like Varian, and they just go over there and pick them up and ship them out. It's like that's what Liberty's doing.
Oh yeah, there's ghost printers all over the place that do that. And that's what you call it. It's always ghosting. It's either Ghost Kitchens or Ghost. There's another project we're working on for somebody for a different division. That we have the comics division and the non-comics division. Okay, so there's Ink that does the comic side, and there's K2 that does the non-comic stuff.
Right.
And on the K2 side of the house, we're working on a company right now that's doing stuff with Ghost Kitchens. So in other words, same kind of thing. Instead of having to ship your food product all the way across the U.S., you get it made closer to where the end user is. So
nice.
And that's the same kind of thing we're talking about, this ghost printing idea. And that's what I said, when you and some other people down that I've been talking to about coming up with different projects and not being able to bring them to the U.S. market because of the cost, or them not being brought here because of the cost. That's the first thing that came to mind, was doing this trade-off in printing, where if someone could print down there for U.S. products and make it easier, and then vice versa for Australian products, that would be a win-win for everybody.
Oh yeah, that definitely.
So see, just another thing to think about, especially when I read about this the other day. I was like, I think that might be the ticket. That might be the way to do this.
Yeah, well, that would be great. If Citrus could get into the American market and the UK market, that'd be brilliant.
Yep, because I've got printers and publishers that we deal with all the time that's over in Europe. So there may be a 3-way kind of triangle of comics and calendars and whatnot, comics related stuff that we can maybe, get all you guys together and
that'd be awesome.
If we can work that out. It'd save on shipping costs, and it would save, like I said, it would help because there's a product right now that's out of Alaska that's not printed in Alaska. It's printed here within the Continental, because of course shipping from Alaska would be ridiculous as far as cost goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can definitely talk some more about that.
That'd be great.
Well, what else you have in your bag of tricks there, Shane? What you got? I know you got the printing company now, and the gathering of all the Australian creators. I mean, that's
that takes up about 150% of my time, so I don't have much time left for anything else.
You're like, that's it, and I'm done. Now, those 2 things are monumental, and I'm out.
I've got to make time for work still somehow. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it does get interesting at times, and that's why like I said, you got people like us that take care of all these cool, fun things, and you just worry about work and creating, and
awesome.
you're like, I like this one, change this one, change that one. So that's the fun part of it. We like working with you guys, and it's always fun to get engaged with projects, and then put people together and get you on shows like Pops. It's like, hey, Pop, I got this cool creator. Australia's got this really cool thing coming out. You need to go check it out. And Pops reads up, yeah, let's get him on the show. And then here we are talking about launching it on the show. So it's nice to see
awesome.
The progression of these things.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what the madness is all about. Networking and making stuff happen, and new ideas and new collaborations between people that maybe never would have met.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so there's a lot of times when I get a little goosebumpy off some of this stuff. Like I seen Danny Morales holding up that Cthulhu Invades Oz yesterday, and he's holding it all up in the camera, and it's like, man, I mean, I'm waiting on that one too. It's like some of them people met in CromCon. Raj and Travis and Luke, all them people met through the comic related madness and through what we do. And it just keeps happening and happening. Eve posted something yesterday or day before yesterday, a piece of art she's doing for Mojo Risen 2. And it's like, oh my God, I can't wait to see, there's so much awesome stuff going on. And every time that something happens that originates out of the madness, a collaboration, a new podcast, whatever it is, anything that comes out of what we're doing here, man, that just makes me proud to be part of it. Even if it's just that I'm the group where it started, even if I didn't have anything to do with it other than those people were in my group and that's how they met, that's enough for me. I just yes.
That's a good feeling, isn't it? Yeah.
Kevin knows every time somebody's book gets funded, what do, Kevin? I go out there in the madness and I funded in capital letters, right? Funded. Yep. And it don't matter if it's the first day, the 10th day, or the 29th day. That's what I'm about, man. Now, last night we did a show with Jason Lennox, Lords of the Cosmos. He was in his last few hours. I think he had 250 or something backers, and we were he's like, if we get to 260, I'm gonna give some stuff away. Boom, backers started hitting, man. Bam, 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 bam. He ended up with 263 today when it ended, And it was like we just kept talking about it. We talked about it all day. I kept posting about it. If we get to 260, he's gonna give some stuff away.
It's awesome to be involved with these projects. The story behind Local Hero. I mean, that book is it's hit revolutionary numbers, and Monty's such a great creator and such a great force in comics, and a very gifted. I call the Renaissance man, right? He sculpts, he paints, he does draws, he does airbrush, and he does it all. And so that book was huge for him.
Frames, rustic frame.
Yeah, I've got one of them downstairs that just came in. I've got the rustic frame, the giant rustic frame with the Ghost Rider print in the middle of it on metal.
Yes,
that just came in.
Nice.
I do have Monty on the wall up there.
That's what I'm saying. And then to be involved with every aspect of it. We're out doing stuff for him. We just did, as the stuff for Justin Gray with Spicy Pulp, and Spicy Pulp actually, that book being number 5 actually beat any other book that he's ever done by leaps and bounds. And that's a feel good. That's the whole team win there. And then getting people funded that have never ever written a book before, right? Yes. The stuff with Oscar, a guy in Mexico, a young guy that had never written a book before, never done anything before, he got funded, right? And then you move over to Zach, and then Zach came out of the Kubrick School, just graduated the Kubrick School, got thrown into life in comics during a COVID situation, right? And he's like, now what? And his goal was a pretty high goal set for him that someone kind of instructed him to for out of school. Book price was low. Yeah, book price was low. Nice.
This one, Mojo Vision. Okay. Yep. First time creator.
Yeah. Those are feel goods, man. We
pushed the hell out of that book, man. We pushed the hell out of that book. And when it went live, 48 minutes. Funded in 48 minutes. You know,
The record, and I always set personal goals for the business and for lined up with the creators themselves to see what the best we can do for them. So to give you an instance for goals, for the last 6 books we've done, and I didn't purposely look this up. I was putting some stuff together and lining some things up because, like I said, it's like landing planes. I have a whole spreadsheet that's got all the different podcasts involved in the NSC Roadshow.
Yep.
And on the other side is all the different creators, and Shane's got his column in there, and it's got all these different creators across the top. I looked at it the other day, and I've got to print it bigger because I'm in the double digits all at one time across right now, and down the side the same way. So you got this XY axis, and I'm like, okay, Shane's on Pops on this day, Dustin's on Pops this day, he's on Madness this day, and he's on Brian Cheers to Comics this day, and it's just a chart that's got everybody planned out on there. And then I just kind of stepped back and looked at it for a second. I said, wow. I said, it's been such a blessing to be involved with all these different projects because the last 6 projects have made the creators over $100,000.
there you go.
Okay.
Wow.
That was a staggering figure to me just to sit back and I just, like I said, I had everybody what their funding was previously and where they're at now. I keep track of all that across this spreadsheet. And it just dawned on me. I looked at it and I saw the end where it tallied at the side, and it was like 105 or 107,000 in the last 6 projects.
Yep.
And I just looked at that number. I was like, wow, it's such a blessing to be able to be a part of their project and help make that possible. Everything from the young guy that just graduated school to seeing his book realized. And I said, so how does it feel to be in the comic business? And he's ecstatic, And then the young guy that's down in Mexico, that's never written anything before. And I just talked with him just seconds ago, and he was showing me, the book's going to be printed next week, and he was showing me all kind of different things, and he's all excited, right? And he was on the show. He was on CromCon. That was Oscar. And then you talk with the guys, the veterans, right? And when you're breaking, the whole team, and I want to say team because Inked is a team. There's all of us all around the world that have pulled together to make Ink happen.
Yep.
And to watch, all these different people do great things and to be a part of that is just an awesome feeling. There's not a better, that's an adrenaline thing for me to see something just take off like that.
And that's kind of what I'm
awesome.
saying. For me, it's like I don't have an Ink. I just have the group. But like Raj, first time creator, 135 backers.
Yeah.
I count backers. Like
Right.
That's the only freaking number I care about.
You
How
know
many
what-
backers we got?
Guess what the backer record number is right now?
Well, I don't even know. That's those guys that are already there. Okay, our guys ain't there yet. What I'm saying is like, okay, I got Raj in my fucking I got Raj in
Yeah,
my,
but there's levels to that though. There's new creators, there's middle ground creators, and then there's veterans. And that's what I'm saying. Each one of them have benefited.
talk about first time creators. Okay, you got first time creators. You got first time creators that have a marketing campaign. You got first time creators that are just going out there and have no idea what they're doing. You got first time creators that got like a group like me behind them that are pushing them, or a marketing company like you behind them that are pushing them. There's like you said,
There's all levels
of it. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
But when you go out there like okay, for me, I didn't know shit about none of this. Okay, a year ago, I didn't know nothing about nothing. I was a freaking fan going, woo, look what I got. Okay, I didn't know shit about podcasting. I didn't know shit about marketing. I didn't know nothing about nothing. All I knew is my buddy Raj put me in a book. And I want his book to do good. And it just, everything from there, it was just any idea I could think of, everything I could think of. I'd bother him at 2 a.m. Yo, dude, you guys got to do this. He'd be like, I'm sleeping.
Well, and I remember CromCon from the early days. I remember the early, and I've watched it grow. And like I said, it's been happy to see the different things that we've been able to get together and do. It's just, that's a good feeling for me and the rest of the team.
I love to see the first time creators that come, like you got Rich Parada now doing that Incantessi now. He just went over 60 backers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And first time, his first book, he's out there. Now, I have a copy of it. He sent me the proofs. He sent me 2 of the proofs. He sent me his editor, the one that he actually scribbled in, his editor, and he sent me a pristine copy of it. And it's like I'm sitting here and I'm just like, dude, you didn't have to do that, and because I just wanted to make sure that I ended up with a copy of it at some point,
Well, and I, like I said, being an artist myself and being involved with all this kind of stuff and getting the chance to, we're even at the level where we're talking with different covers, how to do different things with creators now and getting very involved in their projects. And it's nice to get those things, those artist proofs. I mean, I've got a page, an actual real full-size page out of Local Hero that I'm fixing to get put up and framed as one of the projects. I've got one of the, it's one of 5 that exist when they introduced when Polito introduced a new character into his world. Monty did the character and the cover for it, and it was 5 jeweled books that were made and signed, and that's the artist proofs for the 5 books. Monty retained one. I'm sure Polito probably retained one. I have one. There's only 5 made, and that was a present I got for my wife for Christmas because the character is a dead ringer for my wife. I mean, that and Monty just your mouth will drop when you see the pictures side by side. And it has to do, with the culture of Mexico and the whole Day of the Dead stuff, and that's something she collects, and it was a natural thing. But that was cool to be able to get a copy of one of those books. But all those different kind of things, like you said, that you get, you were touched by getting that book from Rich. I mean, it's all these things that I feel that you and I get a chance to be a part of. That's fun to be a part of, and it's also, man, the rush to see.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't have
dreams come true. That's it for me right there.
Do with their books at all. I'm just out there going, y'all need to come look at this.
Yeah, that's what they need. They need that extra attention.
But what I mean? That's the whole. I don't have anything to do with their book at all. I'm not one of the creators. I'm not anything to do with it. I'm just this guy that wants everybody to get funded and everybody's books to get out. And eventually all them books end up at the store down the road here so I can just go get them. Mm-hmm. That's, my end game is all my friends that do indie comics are putting their books on store shelves.
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna have one of Shane's calendars hanging up right here.
But
that's
awesome.
Gonna be a thing.
In my end game is to be able to go to my comic store and get his book, your book, their book, book, not have to pay to have it shipped to me. Everything I want. My end game is to be able to go to the local comic store and get all the books that I talk about every day. That's my end game.
You'll see part of one of the things that we're doing when I eventually get it put up in the new studio. There is a wall I have of every project that we've been involved with, and we get a book signed by the creator. That's and there's just a wall of them now, which is so fun to look at, and it, like I said, it's a fulfilling thing to see that this person had a concept, right, and they watched that concept come through, and sometimes they may hold on that concept for 2 or 3 years before they bring it to market. But like I said, I just get really jazzed with when I looked at that thing and stepped back and saw everything from the brand new creator to the guy that's kind of been right in the middle and the guy that's been out there, and to be able to be involved in each of those different levels, like I said, is a true blessing for us, and it's a lot of fun. And like I said, part of the team is overseas, so we threw stuff up on the monitor for Dustin's project, and we have the keys to the castle, right? So we're in the back office of Kickstarter for that, laying out different panels and working through what copy needs to go where and resetting the tier levels, and that's jazz for us, man. That's fun to be able to sit there and look back at it and go, well, no, let's see, we need to swap these 2 tiers, and no, this grouping looks better for this set. Let's go ahead and move this one over here and take these 2 covers, and this person's looking this way and this person's looking this way, so this makes a nice grouping, all that stuff, man. We spent probably a good 4 or 5 hours before the Kickstarter launched up on the big screen behind me, just going through the Kickstarter, just cycling through it, and then step back away from it for a little, look at it as a whole, cycle through it again, and just kept tweaking. I'm talking wording, making sure if we said Gabby here, it said, or if it said Gabriella, they said the same, right? Those kind of things. So we made sure we went with Gabriella throughout, all those little copying, intricacies, commas, periods.
It's hitting me up. Hey, you need to put a comma right here, or
I'm always doing that to Pops. I'm like, Pops, you need to pull this and put that there. It's like, what? Like, no, it reads better this way, you know. And
I'm over here like, look, they know how I talk, dude.
it's like I wouldn't say it that way. But so I mean, you know, those are the fun kind of things for us.
But that's the whole thing. Is like there's a difference between the personality and the press.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like you know all about all the press releases, all that shit, how you're supposed to do it professionally. Look what I got. You see what I'm saying? It's like
but that's why we got in the business, was to help other people. And you know, it was, you know, we spent probably a good 14 to 15 hours just engaged in the Kickstarter for the listener. And it paid off, because when it got out of the door, it was instantly recognized as one of the projects we love on Kickstarter. It was recognized, and then it hit Kick Tracks. And then, you know, Kick Tracks is, of course, everything. And it was number 2 on Kick Tracks.
Kick Tracks for a few days, dude.
Mm-hmm.
We were smoking that. We were smoking that thing, man. The whole,
oh yeah.
We were actually in the top 25 the whole month, the whole campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it was pretty wild.
Have you seen? Did you see the? Did you watch the Kick Tracks on Spicy Pulp? Have you seen the scale? And it just goes up. That was a fun campaign. That was so much fun, and I was a fan of Gray's anyway, because
right.
I mean he did the whole Jonah Hex thing back. You know, I mean, that's just to be able to work with him and talk with him. He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That was a fun experience for me. Been able to talk to people like John McCree. You know, I've been a big John McCree fan for years. And then when that came out, I mean, all those kind of things, you know, to talk with these people is just a lot of fun, and everything else. And someone asked me the other day, and my wife and I were talking about it, because like I said, she takes care of a lot of stuff around here for Inked. And I said, we're talking about fun in comics. And she said, well, when would it stop being fun? I said, when we let it stop being fun.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you when it's going to stop being fun for me? What did I tell you? Is when it's a job. When it starts feeling like a job, then it won't be any fun anymore.
Yeah, see, it still doesn't feel like a job for me. It still doesn't.
I work my hardest to keep this from feeling like a job. That's it's like I have to write stuff down now. I never used to have to write stuff down before. Okay.
I sent Pops a spreadsheet that I was like, hey, look, man, I've got everybody spreadsheeted out. I need to know what shows you have available. He's like, dude, I got it on a paper plate. Okay? I don't have it on a spreadsheet. I'm like, cool, just tell me what it is and I'll fill it in. We just need to organize it in a way, because there's no way you can keep all that on a notepad or in your head. You got to have it out.
My biggest is
for me. I'm a visual person.
My biggest thing is if I schedule too far out, then I've got people hitting me up every week going, do you got a spot? And it's like, no, not for a month. And by then their project's over and it doesn't freaking matter. So I try not to schedule that far. I try to keep the shows, the Monday Madness shows, for active projects. You know what I mean?
That's why I tell you, that's why I give you like Shane is like, okay, this is when it's going to launch. This is how far out we need to be. And I try to do a snapshot every 30 and 60 days. That way the one I'm sending you for creators is within a 60-day window. Because we've got stuff backed up. We got projects way past April.
This week I found 2 books that got under the radar, and they're in their last week right now.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen them at all. Didn't know nothing about them. Just found them. You know what I mean? It's like, so I'm going to try and get these guys out here and get them some exposure, because I just found out about them, right?
Right.
If I book the shows up for 3 weeks, those people that got under the radar get left behind too. You know, so I always try to leave at least one slot.
Oh, yeah.
Case, you know what I mean? Or for the after hours. I don't book anything for after hours, just in case, like tonight, if somebody else had wanted to come out, I'd have the after hours block open for whatever.
Yep.
You know I mean? So I don't schedule anything after 10 o'clock on Monday just for that now, because Kevin's scheduling me all up on here.
Well, see, now, you know, Shane, now that you've gotten the calendar thing going, and now you've got the publishing thing going. See, now you need a show, right? So now we can start saying, hey.
A show as well.
I got always, like I said, I always got to figure out what shoulder I am. It happened to us. Okay, we got talked into this, and it's a great fun thing, but we got our arm twisted on it, right? I mean, we were talking and like I said, the panel, and then everybody got quiet. And Dustin and I are just looking around. We're like, what happened? Did everybody's mic shut off, or were technical difficulties, or what's going on? And I think it was Igma said, or Phil, one of them said, we were just listening to what you guys are saying. It was Phil was there, Igma was there, Pops was there, and Dustin was there. There's like 5 or 6 of us, and it was just quiet. And just Dustin and I are just talking, and then we just looked. We got back to what we were talking about, and then afterwards, everybody's like, "You two need a show," and like, we didn't even think about that. That wasn't even kind of in our scope of what we want to do in the next 6 months. Like, no, you guys really need a show. And that just kept coming after email, after text, after IM, after when this show, just like you said, the arm twisting, Pop's like, what are you doing this thing? So finally we're like, all right, fine. And we did the first one, the other day, and it was a lot of fun. And I had people going, well, what are the numbers are projecting? And what do you think you're going to gain? And what's going to be the market share? And I was like, you know what? I don't care.
Exactly.
And they're like, what? What do you mean? I said, okay, I care if it's somebody that I'm doing it for. If I have a client that's involved and I'm looking at their best interest, then I'm looking at those things.
Yeah.
This was something that was done to be engaged with everybody, to be fun, to bring more creators on, to sit there and talk shop. And I'm not putting a number grid on it or a projection or that kind of stuff. And it's just been fun. And people go, when's the next episode? Well, the next episode is right before CromCon. It's going to be Friday, the 26th. And then right after that's going to be The Road to Sin is going to do another game, another live action game that you saw pieces of just now. That's going to happen. It's going to roll right into CromCon. And that's going to be kind of how the cycle goes. We're going to be on Fridays at 7:00.
Let's shout out Reese, Lee Reese, one of our creative helpers in the madness. He's the one responsible for most of our art that we do. Him and Manny do basically a lot of the art for the madness, for the shows, the pops, the little pops characters, all that. Lee does them. He does the Croms. He did the video. Lee Reese, he did the video for CromCon that we played at the beginning of the show and the end of the show now. So he's a great dude. Another one of the great contributors to what we're trying to do here. And his buddy Dale is the one that made my CromCon shirt. Think you've seen my CromCon shirt? He had his printer up and working again yesterday. I seen a video. And what do you think the first thing they printed out was? It was Crom, dude. It was Crom. Yeah. That kind of stuff, man. I love this whole, y'all don't understand. I renamed it. It's not the industry. It's the indie street. And I hashtag it all the time, indie street, right? Because this is our thing. It ain't nobody else's. It don't belong to Hollywood. They tried to steal it. The MCU and the DCU, they try to steal what we got going on, but this is our thing, man. The comics industry is ours. And the indie people need to take it. And that's what we're going to help y'all do. We're going to help you do. Take it. It's ours. It's not.
Well, it's definitely been, with all these other industries and all these other things suffering, and but the indie market has just boomed during all of this.
The comic industry is ours right now. We need to take it. And that means not let Diamond decide who gets in the stores. All this ties in, okay? These stores, they get their Diamond catalog and they look through it now. I want this and this and this and this and this and this and this, right? We're not a Diamond catalog anymore. You don't need a Diamond catalog anymore to put comics on your store shelves. You just need to come out here and look around. Come to the madness, check it out. Go to the NSC Live TV. Look at all the stores there and what they're doing. Look at all the creatives that are out here putting up retail tiers on their crowdfunders just for that purpose.
It was so inspiring too, because when COVID hit, we were already doing everything for. We have several live shows on NSC, right? And they're out there selling their books. They're doing, and when COVID hit, I started getting the calls, the emails in. Okay, look, we do 2 shows a week on NSC Live. we had to shut our door. This is right when it first hit. We had to shut our doors. We can't open them right now. We're not considered an essential business. We're a mom and pop shop, as you know.
Right.
What do we do? Because we have 2 shows on. What does it cost to do like 5 shows? Because we got to do every night just to keep the lights on. So I said, you know what? We're not going to charge any extra. I don't care if you do 2 shows or 50 shows, whatever you got to do to make it. Let's make it. And it's like, really? I said, I'll even put it in writing. So I sent a letter to everybody that was on NSC Live at the time and stated, here you go. We're not raising any kind of rates or anything. If you got to do 5 shows, we've got a full crew from coast to coast that can handle it. Have at it. And the letters that started coming in, man, we would have went under if we didn't have that extra time. And they're seeing that they were literally making more money with the doors shut and the lights on and with the camera up than they were on a regular day-to-day basis, just with the world market, the way things were going, and people sitting home with a pocket full of cash and nowhere to spend it.
I'm gonna give a little shout out here to Mike Jimmy, because Mike Jimmy, he launched a book the other day called Life of Cora number 3. And let me find where is it? Jeez, I got way too many of these things. There it is. Y'all need to go check it out. Look, it is a unique world build, a very unique world build. The art is awesome. It's I got lucky. I got to see it. It's awesome. You need to check it out. That's all. It's not getting the kind of play it should what, as I try to explain it to people, it's like I've never seen a comic with a world build like this. It's definitely unique. And it's like, without giving it all away, how do you explain to somebody such a different world? It's like, without just like giving it away. The thing I would tell people is there is a Silver Surfer homage cover called the Stone Surfer, and that in itself is worthy of buying the freaking book. And the original art is available for that cover as well in one of the tiers. So go check it out, man, because it's like freaking awesome. You're welcome. You're welcome, brother. It seriously is. I read it, and you guys know, I don't candy coat it. I don't make somebody's book sound better than it is. Or, if it gets me and I'm talking about it, it's because it got me and I'm talking about it, just like the listener did. You know? It's not attached to somebody's marketing company. It's attached to what I like.
Well, so let me let you in a little trade secret. That's what I do too. I get with books that I like.
Yeah.
And I keep stuff at a certain something I think that other people would like. That's why I fell in love with the listener right off the bat.
That's what I'm saying. Like that one, that I told you, it's like I went to talk to him about it. He's like, "What did you think?" "I'll talk to you later. I gotta read it again."
Mm-hmm.
I really had to read that book a second time before I could go to the guy that wrote it and have a conversation about it. It's like one read through was like, oh no, that was a little deep. I'm gonna go read this again with a little more paying attention, a little more looking for the connection between the characters,
Mm-hmm.
a little more, looking at it a little more, because his book is more about the art telling the story than the words telling the story. So you have to connect these characters in the art, not just their dialogue.
Well, the cool thing is it's such a win-win. Both parts are strong. The story and the art. And sometimes in a book it's in either or, right? You're either following a creator or you're following the artist, right? It's rare, and it's a real gem when it's the art and the story. That's the ones that's all the keys that we all know and love. It's when the story and the art are just hitting, like a horse's gallop. They're just all fired up.
Dialogue out. If you take the dialogue out of that book, you can still read a story there.
That's because of how engaged he is in the creation of the panels.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
you can look at you have to go back and look at this book again and see the interaction between the characters in the art, not just in the dialogue, before you can really understand the book. You have to actually look at the freaking book. It's not
and you wait. You saw how it was lettered this time, right? You noticed the difference. We hooked him up with an awesome letterer, and it's just that is really just added. There's things. What's interesting is there's two things I find in common with this: letterers and marketing companies are hand in hand. The fact that if everything goes awesome, you did your job, right? You did your job. If it all hits right. If it doesn't hit right, they go, well, what could have been done differently? They don't say that normally about the artist. They don't normally say that about the writer. It's usually it's whatever's going on. People sometimes give it a second thought, but a letterer is a very integral part of it. And it's another layer. Same thing with some of the things that we do, some of the subtle things that are done behind the scenes that we do. Like you've seen, I've told you, I showed you the deal, even in the ad that you have up there right now, I showed you what I call ad architecture, right? How to move the eye around to make it the best ad it can be. That's all stuff that we feel that we pride ourselves in for you guys, because we capture the essence of whatever the project is.
I really don't like that yellow, though. I ain't gonna lie.
You said you do or you don't?
I do not like that yellow.
Well, that's why we changed it to green.
No, I mean where it says comic right there, comic chocolate pops. On the after hours one is still yellow, and let's see, what was
you said I thought the green was only going to be for the special edition. You didn't say it was for everything. You said
green is the Monday Madness.
Right.
Is the Monday Madness.
There's the version that's green that's in that last set. See?
That's Monday Madness.
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't like the yellow at all. Okay. Even on the special edition here, I don't like the yellow.
Then you got to say something, man.
I think I did in that post. I said that yellow's got to go or something like that.
That yellow comes straight out of your logo, man. So I don't know what to tell you on that one.
PromCon logo that you made.
Look up in the corner. Look at the shirt he's wearing. Those yellows match. It's the same yellow.
I don't like the yellow. That's what I'm saying.
That's an easy change, man. That's a quick flip of the button. But that's where that color came from. I didn't make it up. So
you put it on the ChromCon logos. You've had that yellow on from the beginning.
Yeah, because it goes with the little dude up there with the comics. Yeah, that's his yellow.
That was only that one yellow. The one thing that he wore yellow. See, he's got all kind of different color shirts. Actually, the original is the one up in the corner. He's got a red shirt. That was the original. And then there was
look at the book though. The yellow and green. Yeah, that's the yellow, man. It's easy fix. Like I said, I can change it. You just let me know if you want them all green or white or yellow.
I like the look. I like the way you made the after hours one look and the special edition one look. I just don't like the yellow. That's all.
That's a click of a button. That's an easy fix.
And for the after hours, you're going red, and for the regular, you're going green.
Yep. And we'll even let you borrow the radiation green. So.
Well, I kind of wanted to go with that because I use your backgrounds when the inked and the comic camaraderie backgrounds. I use them. So
green, that lime green is just a good color. It's just a fun color. It's just we use it with the Kickstarter ads. It's a good punch. It's a good grab.
That's for the comic related unboxings.
Mm-hmm.
When I come out and unbox something, I use the purple, and that's for that.
Go the purple.
That show, and there's after hours gets the red, and ChromCon is the blue.
What color do you want the Crom on this one right here and the one before it?
I don't mind the yellow on the ChromCon thing because it's always been on the ChromCon thing. It's just on my Monday Madness thing. I don't like the yellow.
Okay, that's an easy fix. What color do you want it to be?
For whatever the show is. If it's the special edition, then the green. If it's the after hours, the red.
Yeah, we'll play with it. We might have to put a secondary color in there because some colors don't work on some of those things. So
I know. I just don't like the yellow. Maybe I hate
it. Easy fix.
This one I really like. The ChromCon for after hours on ChromCon. I really like that one.
Yeah, that's one of those layered looks. You notice he's standing. That's why I wanted him cleared because you can do so much more because I can layer it, make it deep at that point. I can have him in front of the band, and then I took the signature that he put on there, and I can move that around too to fit wherever it needs to.
And John, I can't wait to read your book too, brother. Seriously, because dude, look, I don't know if you guys know about John. John is a complete artist. He's when you get a piece from John, there's no empty spaces. You get a full piece. The page is covered with art. Everything I've seen that he's done has just been awesome. And he does some like oversized stuff, like, 16 by 24 big stuff, and it's just beautiful. I can't wait to see his book. Ain't no doubt about that, man. His stuff is amazing. What do we got here? Oh yeah, Mike says lettering is something that a lot of the newer creators disregard or.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's an artwork in and of itself, and it needs props.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is flicker. Lettering FLI looks like FU. FLI looks like FU. Color bleeds. You don't capitalize the word flicker ever.
I'm going to mark that down as I'm going to file it under the advice from Pops.
Look,
I've got a sheet.
It looks just like the word flicker all day long, dude. It's like, don't do it.
Yeah, there's a famous commercial or something like that where somebody wrote something on somebody's burrito and like they're wrapped up and wrote it, and they left the thing and they drove back up there and they started yelling at the person that filled it out, and they had wrote BLT and it kind of bled together and spelled something else. I'm like, why would you write that on somebody's food? And they're like, it's a BLT. What's the point? What do you they didn't get it because of course it all bled together. But anyway, so yeah, that stuff happens, man. There is all kind of craziness, and your eye will connect the dots on several things. Like, there was a famous tower that was made by in Georgia, and of course, the Georgia peach is a very prominent thing in Georgia. They built this water tower to look like a Georgia peach, put it up in the air, painted it in the little Georgia peach rolls, went to put the little leaf on the top. And this is a water tower. We're talking huge. And they backed away from it, looked, and it just looked like a giant butt.
Yep.
And they had to take it down. It was a national thing. It was a national black eye for the company that built the water tower, because it was some architect's idea to do it, but they didn't think it through.
Nowadays, what would they do today? They would be making pictures of it, and it would be their main marketing.
Right, but this was probably about 20 years ago, and it was
underneath it, and they'd be like, "Here, look,
check out the giant butt."
And it became a thing for a while, and it was just kind of funny. That's why I always tell people to think it through. Think through what you want your end result to be, because you kind of have to know where you want to be. In other words, how to get there, right? Yep. You have to think about that, and it's our job to get you there, right? But you have to figure out what you want to do and what you want to say or be. That's your vision, not ours. Our vision is to help connect the dots to get you there.
And I try to help people also separate their goals from their dreams.
Yes.
Okay. Goals you can attain. They're within your limits with what you know you can get to. Dreams are those things you're clawing at. Those are the things you're not sure you're going to get to that you really, really want.
You gotta aim for the fence, though, brother. You gotta. If you don't know, you try.
The goals as the ladder rungs to the dream.
Yep.
You won't set the goal as the dream. You will get very discouraged. You'll give up. You set the goals as ladder rungs to get to the dream.
Okay? You have to.
I mean, it's a lot of people, they got their dream and that's the only thing they see. They don't see the goals to get them there. They just want to be there.
What I'll do for myself, for the company, we'll get together with the team and say, okay, what do we want to do for this quarter? What goals do we want to set? And we'll set personal company goals. One of those company goals was to break certain tiers for certain individuals. Okay. and we're able to do that, and that's been the fun part. Like I said, in funding wise, that was a goal for certain people, percentage wise with certain things. I also look at backers because backer numbers also are goal breaking things, right? And the last 2 or 3, I got to look to see what the third one's doing. The last 2 or 3 projects have all been backer breakers as far as goals and tiers.
See,
and cash
that's
breakers.
the number. Backer breakers is the number, though, because one guy can fund you. One guy can fund you if he wants to throw the money at you, right?
Yep.
2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys can fund you. Backers, though, after the fact, and you've 150 backers, and you've sent them your book, and now the word of mouth begins.
Well, that's what you call your ideal market. Once you've sold to a group of individuals, that's your market now.
That's what I'm saying. That amount of backers, that's where your base is going to come from.
Correct.
Those backers. It's not the amount of money they spent. It's how many there are, because they're going to go talk to their friends and their friends and their friends. And you see what I'm saying? Everything, word of mouth is still the best salesman.
That's 65 to 75% of our business is word of mouth. And that's where I want to keep it, because I love that feeling of somebody going, you know what? Inked did so much for our book. Check them out. The next person, next person.
You almost got thrown off a freaking boat too. Be quiet.
But the number in mind, there's 2 numbers that are significant to me in my heart. One of them is the 2016% goal that hit for Local Hero. That is just a monumental thing, and it's a good feeling all the way around. That funded the next 5 or 6 books in that series easily. Okay, that was an awesome thing, because that got him that was his goal being realized for Monty. That was an amazing thing to be a part of that, and was very humbled by what he said in the book for us. And he didn't have to do that. He just did it because he's that kind of guy. You're right. He did a thank you in the front of the book, which is amazing. I mean, it's getting framed beside the picture, the actual picture up now that I have the page in. And then the other number is 912. 912 was the number of backers that we just did for Spicy Pulp 5. His previous goal, we blew the dollar goal out by about $8 or $9 grand before the previous book. And then a few hundred on the, and then there's other people have their own goals. Like we just did the stuff for the book that was done for Solace, right? For Swords and Solace. He had a particular number in mind. It was 152. 152 was the number that he did on his first campaign. So that was a tier. That was a deal we set to where if we break this number, we'll do a free PDF of another book. Well, as soon as that got broken, he set the tier up for the second campaign. So we broke the first, then the second, and then the third. Every tier that was broken for a previous campaign, another piece of swag was added to the deal. So he was able to give more PDFs and more books away by doing that. So that's why I tell people all the time, set your own goals. And like you said, make them something that is a rung. And those rungs become your tiers and your breakers for swag.
In your experience, now I already know what my answer to this is because I preach it all the time, but in your experience, what kind of extras or rewards do the backers seem to want or enjoy the most?
Yes, the things that they like the most are stickers, bookmarks. Those are the 2 main ones that people, and then the prints, the 5x7 prints and 11x17 prints. Individualized artist prints are a big hot thing right now. Other things and those are all things that like we talked about the other day, they're all flats. They fit in the same Gemini. There's no extra in shipping. There's nothing like that. Any kind of limited print is a good thing. Any kind of, but like I said before, it has to go with the book. It can't be something obscure.
So this for me, I come at it from a total different, from the other side. The only thing in them backer kits that I really like are the challenge coins and the occasional bookmarks, because I actually use bookmarks.
It has to be useful.
Prints go over there in the drawer. I might look at them once in a while, but they're over there in a drawer. They're not, I don't have room on the walls to display prints anymore. So those are like something that you spent the money to print that I don't care about. Okay.
But that's your segment, right?
This is what I'm saying. It's like when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at it. I want a chance to win some original art.
Mhm.
I want a chance to get something nobody else is getting. I don't care if I get it or not. I want a chance to get it. And
That's
I
why
want it more than any bookmark or print or anything else. If you're throwing a piece of original art out there as a random, I'd rather have a chance to win that random than get all that other swag.
Yep.
You keep all that other shit. Give me a chance to win that original page.
But here's the name of the game. You're one style of buyer. There's multiple styles of buyer. So you have to offer a little bit of something for
But now
each
this
of
ain't coming
those.
from me as a fan. Also, this is also coming from other small creators that print up a whole
Yeah.
bunch of stuff and then they don't make any money because they printed up a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, that's because they didn't set it. They didn't. There's things you have to watch with these, right? Okay.
That's
Let me
what
give you an
I'm saying.
example.
It's like it's all.
There's a difference between add-ons and tier level swag. Okay. And the difference is this. If you set a goal breaker, right? If you said, okay, if we get to, I'm just going to pull out numbers here. If you set, when we hit 2,000, everybody gets a shirt. I'm just throwing out stuff. Okay. Well, you got to think about that for a second, because if you hit that number and you print shirts and it's going to make you $500 to do this extra. If you're going to get $500 to get there and it costs you $600 to print shirts, guess what? You just went in the hole $100.
That's what I'm saying.
But you got to watch that. Now, if it's an add-on, that's a whole different color. Then that's you buy it and you sell it, and there's a percentage difference. There's two different animals.
This is what I'm saying. When you're printing up all these extras, you better take into consideration the cost of printing this all up and whether or not you're actually getting more customers for printing it up or not.
That's something that's you have to look at that but I'm gonna tell you what, the stuff I'm telling you about. Trust me, I've been in that side of it for 30 years, about hats, T-shirts, koozies, you name it, right? And there is catalog after catalog after catalog of all these things, coasters, all these things that you can use.
But how much of it sells the book?
It depends on what you put as the add-on.
Exactly.
It has to be, I've said that 100 times, it has to be unique to what you're doing, right? If I was doing like the Giles book, right?
Goals.
If I'm doing a book on a bar, I'm going to use a coaster as part of the swag that comes with the book because it makes sense.
Right. But what I'm saying is it's not 10 or 15 stretch goals where you're putting yourself out making all this crap that most people aren't going to really care about. There's one or two things in there that each person is going to care. Nobody's going to care about all that crap. Nobody. Okay? Because there's just stuff. There's people that aren't going to care about
we can agree to disagree, because there's some people that want it all, and like when you dump it out and there's 10 things that fall out, they're happy because there's 10 things. There's that customer.
Right.
Then there's the customer that likes just like you.
That pencil and that condom and that little skeleton and all that shit. It's just wasted.
And sell it on eBay. How many times have you been on eBay and seen somebody with a kid on eBay?
I have seen people sell that stuff on eBay, but what I'm saying is for the guy who printed that all up and used it for his campaign, he could have just given away a page of original art here and there and saved that money for the next campaign, or to pay a better artist for a better cover. Or
have you ever looked at the book breakdown, what it costs to print a book versus what a book sells for, and seen what the room is? Okay, it depends.
All the time, dude. I know that whole all the way up to 3,000 copies and all that. What I'm talking about specifically is putting yourself in a hole on a bunch of tchotchkes that nobody cares about.
I'm saying only do it and it makes sense.
Yes, only do it when
you have to have a reason. Don't do it to do it. Don't just throw out swag to do it.
Stretch goals. 4 stretch goals is cool. You don't need 15. You see what I'm saying? It's like backer rewards that actually give somebody something that they're going to cherish.
Correct.
That means something. That means more to them than all the bookmarks and tarot cards and challenge coins and all that. Come on. Give me an opportunity to own.
You just said you like coins and bookmarks.
Well, I do. I use the bookmarks. Okay, the coins are unique and cool. I use the bookmarks.
Expensive to produce.
Yes, expensive to produce. Going in deep into your wallet to give somebody something to get them to buy your book.
People like Polito make coins. Most
Yeah.
people don't make coins.
Well, like Wendy Shaner made one for the Naughty Strippers. I have one of those too, but she had like 39 stretch goals.
Right. That's too many.
Yes, 39 stretch goals. Now think of what the weight of that package is going to be.
when you get more than 5 or 6, it just kind of gets to be a bit much.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like some of it is just too much, and when you're a small time publisher, that's a lot of money out of your pocket that you're spending on stuff that, like I said, a lot of people, there's 1 or 2 things out of that they really will use or care about. But there's like you said, they go sell them on eBay.
But out of that 4 or 5 things, if you do the research on it, each of those things markets to a different style of buyer, right? That buyer is going to want to get that one thing. How many times? Okay, completist. How many times have you ever bought part of a collection to complete another part of a collection? You buy something and you may get, say, Silver Surfer, and you're missing 3 books. Well, guess what? It pops up on eBay. You got to buy 6 of them to get the 3 you want. So what do? You buy the 6 and you take those and you sell the other 3, right? So there is reasons why there is certain, if it's done correctly, there's reasons why there's a variety of swag in a kit, because there is a variety of people that are going to buy that book. So you just have to, and that's all stuff you flush out before you day one of the Kickstarter.
This is the first thing I'm going to. First off, people are looking for the book. They're not looking for the.
Hey, it's a harsh to water thing, man. The water's got to be good. Okay.
They're icing. Okay. They're here to buy a cake. Okay. Now you're decorating the cake with some this and that. Don't kill yourself financially with the this and that. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're going to do stickers, shop around. Get the best deal on stickers you can get. If you're going to do bookmarks, shop around and get the best deal you can get. Don't kill yourself on tchotchkes. We're buying the book. If the book's good, we're going to buy the next one, regardless of what you're throwing in. You see what I'm saying? It's about the book.
Oh, really absolutely, it's about the book.
It really is.
But if whatever you're doing is because I'm talking the things I'm giving you are cost cents to make, like postcards and the. But in the long run, if it costs you, I'm saying if it costs you $2 or $3, to sell something, to move a book, the whole point is moving a book, right? Right? That's the whole. We have to agree that that's the point of it, right? And I'm not trying to get into a debate, but I'm saying that the book has to be number one. The art has to be there. The lettering has to be there. The story has to be there. That has to be right. I don't care if you put $5,000 worth of swag with a bad book. It's still a bad book. Period.
It's still a bad book, and it's not. The next one ain't going to sell. Okay, so the tchotchkes and all that's great, but in the end, your book, the quality of your book, the quality of your story, the quality of your art, that's what's going to sell your book in the end.
Well, yeah, okay? But there's reasons for all of it.
Dude, last night we went out there with Jason Lennox, and at the last minute he was just like, man, like if we get to 260 backers, I'm gonna throw a piece of original art random, right? Well, we got 260, we got 261, we got 262, we got 263.
Okay, think about that.
As his back
that got him 13 backers.
It got him more backers at the last minute, but you know what? He went beyond the one piece of art. He goes, oh hell, I'm just gonna throw 3, 4, 5 of them out there. I don't even care. That's how happy he was to get that extra push at the end.
But you're talking about end result in cash. How much were each of those pieces worth?
Each of what? Well, I don't know.
The free art. It cost something. It cost his time. Say it cost an hour of his time. I'm just giving you math here. Just follow me here. If he gave away 5 pieces, right, and it cost him $50 a piece, how much is that?
$250.
Okay. In the reality of the business side of comics, did those 13 books he got out of that $250 worth of art, was that worth $250?
Probably.
You got to do the math. I always tell people to do the math.
I wasn't adding up. I know he was like just below $8,000, and I think he finished at 83.33 or something like that. So, he did. He was happy enough where he didn't care. He's going to give some art away. because he got a big boost at the end that he wasn't expecting to get. But he got the big boost at the end because he said, if I get to this point, I'm going to give away one piece of art.
That's all that swag is. It's the extra that helps finish the deal.
That's what I mean. He threw out one piece of art. And then he said, I'm going to throw out one piece of art. And then the response was so well that he was happy, and I'm going to throw out a few more pieces. You know what I mean? Just randomly, just because. But that one little hook, that one little hook right there.
That's what I'm saying. Each of those pieces is a different hook for a different buyer. And you just have to figure out what hooks work with your book, work with your project, no matter whether you're selling kids' tennis shoes, baking goods, or a comic. You have to figure out what goes with it.
Let's take those 5 pieces and let's go back to at 100 backers. If he'd thrown one out there when he was at 90 and he needed 100, he'd have got 10 more then that he might not have gotten. And at 150 and at 200 and at 250, when you're doing that backer count and that backer reward, like I say, I mean, he pulled like 13 backers at the end just because he offered one piece.
Right.
And there's no guarantee one of them 13 people is going to get it. That was for a chance.
I know. And I'm with you. You just got to do the math. In the end result, I mean, did he give away $500 worth of art to get $300 in sales?
Yeah, I don't think it was quite like that.
This is math, just simple math. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm telling anybody. That's free advice right there. Just like you said, price your item. Is the item, for one thing, does the item go with what you're doing? Period. If it goes with your what you're doing, does it make sense cost-wise? Like you said, check around, check the best price. There's also a bunch of on-demand things you can get. You don't have to order 9,000 deck of cards if you're going to give away a deck of cards with your stuff. You order a handful of them. And if you see the numbers start ticking up, then once you fund, you bring the rest in. You don't have to burn through having 3,000 bookmarks sitting behind you in case 3,000 bookmarks sell. You buy the lowest amount of bookmarks available. You show it on your Kickstarter. If it spikes up and say bookmarks are your thing for your Kickstarter and you got 9,000 of them per fill, then you go back and you order the 9,000 because you've already got it paid for.
But see, you don't have to buy any of them. You just have to show the design on your Kickstarter. You don't have to buy it.
Some yes, some no. Depends on what it is.
You don't have to buy any until it funds. You don't even know if the book's going to fund yet.
Well, there's some things you can't put out there that don't look real. So I mean, you also want to make sure it's the other reason you want to get it in. Well, let me finish. The other reason you get it in is because you want to make sure that the quality is good, right?
You got
it may look like a computer. It may look like a beautiful bookmark or a dice or something on the computer or a great dice bag, and then you get it in. You're like, well, this isn't good quality. Why would I want to do that? We just went through that with some bags. We got a sample of bags.
People that we already know that we can ask, hey, who do you get your bookmarks from? That we already know. Okay, I can go right now. I can look at 10 different campaigns and pick out the best bookmark and call that guy up and say, yo, who did this for you?
That's what I'm saying. Check around.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of them. But the art on the bookmark, you can put that in your Kickstarter. Okay, you can put that in your campaign. The dude who's doing the art on that, just like we did for Mojo, the art for the Pops bookmark is in the Kickstarter. They didn't buy them ahead of time, I'm sure.
Well, like I said, my only point is, and I'm not trying to debate any of this. We each have different views. My point is,
too much.
I'll let you finish and then I'll jump in because I can't seem to get a word in. But go ahead.
I'm just trying to get these guys not to go so far into pocket on their first shot that they don't come out ahead because of the stuff that they bought.
Dude, we're saying the same thing. We've both said the exact same thing. Don't go kill yourself in swag to get a book sold. The only reason you use swag is to help move the book. If it's a tangible thing, you want to look at to make sure the quality is right, because even if you have a good book, if I get a good book and some junky swag, it looked good on the screen and I got it in and I'm like, I don't like that. That's going to cause an effect. That's why I said there's some things you want tangibly to get in. We ordered the dice for the listener to make sure it was good dice, right? We ordered the bag to see what bag, and we're going to choose a different bag, right? Mm-hmm. So those kind of things, those tangible, touchy-feely things, bookmarks, prints, those are up there. We don't have any of those printed yet. They're there, right? But you don't have to print those things. Some things, like I said, you have to work through all this stuff ahead of time. I just got off the phone. That's why I had to jump off and take a phone call a while ago. I just talked to 2 guys about a book that they're doing that had no idea of some of the things that were involved in selling a comic. Okay. That's the things we work through with them to show them, hey, make sure you go through this list of things before you get out there. And I'm going to tell you this thing that talked up just now was about action figures. Action figures are expensive. Okay. I'm going to tell you that right now.
And the shipping is a whole different type of packaging and everything.
And people talk about 3D and 4D printers. Figures are more geared towards selling a game. And these game things, people also too, you see these out here that these Kickstarters for games are like Radlands. It was like $250,000, $300,000 for a game. Trust me, I deal with gaming in the industry. That costs a lot to produce a game. Okay, so it may look like it's huge and they made a lot of money. 75% that's going towards the book. But I mean, like I said, different strokes for different folks. I mean, the book has to be good, period, before anything else comes up to make a difference. After that, everything is exactly what it is. It's just extras. It's just actually gratis to some degree for, hey, you bought my book. Here's some cool things to go with it.
Right.
It could be as much as that. And that's really, to me, what it was for.
And that's, I just don't want people to kill themselves on it.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing. Please price it before you go do it. And please set your fun goal to a goal. And when you're setting your fun goal versus your per book price, make sure the math is right on that. I mean, because sometimes you create a Grand Canyon. The book price is too low and the funding goal is too high, and you've got to sell X number of books to get to that funding goal. There's a lot of that kind of stuff that you got to put out there and think about. And that's what we try to help people do. We try to help people avoid those pitfalls and explain different scenarios and what
and this right here is the other thing. I don't want people getting caught in the trap that yours has to be one up the next guy, one up the last.
That's don't ever get in that game.
Get caught in that trap where
don't do it.
That guy's is so cool. I'm going to do something like that, but I'm going to do it better and take it in the ass in the end. Don't do that.
That's the same trap that comic book shops fall into. When they speculate on a book and they load up in a book and then something happens and the movie doesn't get made or this person doesn't pick the role or something happens and then pretty soon that speculated book goes down and they sell like 3 and they ordered 100 because they wanted that special 1 in 100 book. You know, you don't watch that trap. Yeah, see, that's another thing. You know, pins and buttons and that kind of cool stuff, that's not deal breaker kind of cost. You know, that doesn't, like, I'll give you, for instance, the journal that we're doing, Guy's journal for the listener. It makes sense to put a cool pin with it. Pins are not going to break the bank, but it goes with the book. That's why I say you have to make sure it goes with what you're doing. You know, and that's my only point with it. Like I said, I'm agreeing 110% with you. Don't break the bank. Don't go out there and try to one-up somebody. Make sure what you're doing is relative to what you're doing. Make sure you really take a good look at that and see if you even need swag. Some books do, some books don't. You got to make sure it's a personal choice if you think it's going to help and I don't like the word enhance, but if it's going to help bring more to your package. And that is, you know, when somebody opens it up, is it like Christmas? So they go, you know, I got all these cool extra things, and because it's right, it's free to the customer, right? Because
that was one of the things I was talking about. Though, is like, you know what's in the box, you know what all the stretch goals are because they were all right there in the Kickstarters. You already know it. It's that thing you didn't know about that slid into your package. That's the thing that makes a lifelong fan.
Yep.
Okay. So when we're talking about like random sketch cards, pieces of art, 5x7, you know, that original art, dude, that's somebody opens it up and they find something they didn't pay for in their package. That's where the fucking win comes from when you're me, when you're Joe Collector. And you can't buy every one. And you open up that one package and wow, I got a sketch card. Yeah. You know,
well, the best thing that any creator can do is think about the end user and what that end user experience is. What do you want your customer to walk away with? And what do you want them to feel as they walk away with that? That's the end of the, I mean, to keep the customer in mind is bar none what you put above everything else.
Hey, even if I'm not the one that opens the package, if one of my buddies in the group gets it, okay, gets that random sketch card, and they come out in the group and then they show it off. It's like, that's just as good for me. One of my friends got it. Somebody I know got it. Whatever. It's like, because when they offer that stuff and it's a project that I'm keeping track of, I want to know who got it. Okay. I only know 2 of the people that got those John Boy Myers black medals. I only know 2 of the other people. There's 10 of them out there.
Yep.
I want to know who them other 10 people are, because I'm a member of the Black Metal Club.
We just did a free we did a drawing for the listener for the original print, right? Yeah. So I'm all about original art. I'm all about making sure that the end customer has a chance to get exactly that. I mean, I'm an original art collector. I've got stuff up all over the walls that are either original pages from a book, original sketches, remark stuff, anything that is the artist or creator in some way has touched or double signed. I'll get a book from Polito signed, and then I know several and work with several of the artists that are with Polito's group, and I'll send it over to, I'll send it to Monty to get it signed by Monty, or I'll turn around and I'll send it over to Stephen Butler, who does a lot of the, stuff for him as well. So I know different cover artists, and I'll get them double signed. I'll do it for myself, or I'll do it for my wife. She's a big Lady Death collector, so I'll have a bunch of double signed stuff from Polito and from Monty for all the different covers he's done, or I'll slide one over to Stephen for the ones he's done. And that's me as a collector. I like that stuff. So that's why I always talk about original art with these different things. That's why there's tons of original art listed in just about any project that we've done. And individual covers. Like if you look at the stuff we did for Zach, there's offerings that Zach did particular things for, winners of certain things. Like I said, the chance, it's all about, again, the experience of the customer in the end, that you want him to feel on top of the world, he or she. You want that person to have the best experience possible for buying your product, your book, and then become a lifelong fan. They become, as we said, a Moniac is Monty's, name for it, or you become some sort of fan of Polito or Stephen Butler, or you become a lifelong fan, then all the things that they put out is something that you want. That just grows that market.
Mind you, the way comic art is going, no one has original art to offer. It's all done on a computer. That's not true, Glenn. I got a lot of friends that still draw traditionally.
I'm gonna poke that with a stick too, because you still have to have the hand skills.
Yeah.
Okay. I do both. I do traditional art and I do digital, and you have to have the hand skills to be able. The computer doesn't do it for you.
They can still do a piece originally for a random giveaway. It doesn't have to be. When it comes down to that, they can do the whole book digitally, and still, I'm gonna throw out a 5x7 little sketch that I'm doing and throw it in there. It's not like they don't know how to draw on paper.
Right. Well, we just did that. That was Frank Cordy's book, right? Frank just did the sketches for the Vampire Verses. That was a whole sketchbook, right, of all the different things collective of the series. And that was just all, and those are cool things. Those kind of extra things. Or like the one for Guy's journal, like is the more of like a D&D style. Here's the artwork of the person, and then here's all the different pieces. Yeah, see, that's a big debatable right there. Digital versus physical. It's like Ford and Chevy. Me personally, I will read the digital so I don't have to crack open the physical, but there's still the other types of books that I collect that I just have to have the page turner. I have to have that, that old school. If I'm collecting a silver or bronze age, it's got to be a page turner for me. It's got to have that old comic smell and those are the kind of cool things that make it what it is.
There are reasons for digital. They have their purpose.
Yep, okay? They do.
You live in Australia and you want to get an American book and you don't want to pay $30 to have this $25.
What did I just tell you, Shane, on the last when we talked about the calendar?
Yeah,
you get the PDF, right? There you go.
You get the PDF big time on those projects.
Okay.
Yep.
Also, in the case where you're a collector and you've gotten a pristine copy of something that you do not want to crack open, a PDF is a wonderful thing.
Yep.
You can still read the book without fucking with your collector. Okay.
Exactly what I just said. I have both sides of that.
But then this is my only problem with PDFs. When the power goes out, you ain't got shit.
Well, Depends on where you have it stored.
Well, no, this is what I'm saying. When the power goes out, like power goes out here, I'm over there with a candle and I'm reading comic books.
Well, when I hear that Pop's house burns down because he's reading comics in the dark with a candle, I'm gonna put a GoFundMe up for you.
There you go. You do that. Do that.
I'm gonna feel for you. I'm gonna tell you something that's scary. I had a talk with.
I have this place so ready to run out. Okay, the Arcadia door is right there. Okay, and I got
the one strut box that's going with you, right?
I got 3 filing cabinets right here. Okay, and they're pretty much just the basic crap. I can't move that, so that's nothing special in there.
That's just
You know, it's like you grab a laundry basket and you pull everything off this wall, boom, 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 and you pull everything off that wall, boom, 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 and out in the backyard it goes. And then you run back in and you grab those 3-4 boxes right over there and you run back out there again. And then if you can, you run back in here and you start grabbing boxes off this
So
wall.
you're saying you're going to get asphyxiated by the time you get to the 3rd set of boxes. You're going to pass out on the floor.
No, it's only like 15 feet to the Arcadia. It's like right there. You know, if the house up there is burning, I could probably get most of this out before it got down here.
So I'm going to tell you the sad thing about that. I had a talk with Chuck from Mile High about this one day. There's 10 million books housed at Mile High in Denver. Okay. And it was fun for that being my local comic shop for 2 years. I was there religiously every 2 weeks for 2 years in Mile High. And that's just an awesome thing in and of itself. There's 275,000 books in the open floor. Okay.
And some people make PDFs from their paper drawings too. Yes, I mean
it starts off that way. It can. You got to have the skills either way.
Yeah, I mean some people draw on their tablets so they don't have to worry about. You know, I mean they can hit that undo button if they make a mistake, and they don't have to worry about I ruined the whole page and throw it away and start over again. Some people don't have the patience that somebody like you, who's put in a lifetime of drawing awesome on paper. Some people ain't got that. Some people do got that. But it's all about, like he was saying, about storage. You know, what do you got it stored on? Okay. If the house burns down, what happens to all your paper?
Yeah.
You better have it somewhere on something backed up somewhere. Right?
Here's the sad state of affairs. When I was talking to Chuck about it, he was talking about the fire laws and fire insurance in Denver. And they only insure the book for what the cover price is. So you can imagine in the 10 million comics that are behind the shelf, behind the cabinet, right? That this particular book may be a $5,000 Bronze Age or Silver Age book, but it's got a 12-cent, 15-cent cover price. Guess what? The fire people are going to pay you 12 or 15 cents for that $5,000 book that just went up in flames.
Yep. That's why
that's hard. That's a hard one to. Yeah, that's a tough one to swallow.
I know exactly what I'm grabbing first and going out in the first trip. I know what's going out in the second trip.
So you got it planned. He's got an escape plan. He's got how to get the map with everything and like how to get out of the house, and then what boxes are coming with him. See, that's what you got to do. It goes back to planning. See, we've been talking about planning for an hour and a half. It all goes back to planning.
Yep.
And that's what it is, man.
Business too, because I've thought about it more than once. You know.
Oh yeah.
If the fire starts down here, I'm down here. I got a fire extinguisher. I ain't worried about it.
Okay.
If the fire starts up there and I don't know that the house is on fire, that's the fire I worry about.
You're aware. You know that we moved from Colorado to Washington State. This was the second major move I made with the company that I work with. The first time they trashed about a third of everything that we owned. That was horrible. Some of that stuff was collectible stuff. So this last time, this cat packed all the collectibles that we own. My wife took care of and did a wonderful job on the other 80% of the house because the whole basement was all wall-to-wall comics and collectibles. When I came cross country in the Rogue, drove over here while they were hauling the 17,500 pounds worth of stuff, an 18-wheeler that we had, 3/4 of an 18-wheeler. Guess what I had on me? My Stan Lee signed Superman, my Stan Lee signed Spider-Man, my Neil Adams signed Batman. I had my personal things when I met personal creators like Stan and like Neil. Those are the books this cat had with me. Those are the ones I went out of the house with. Those stayed in the car with me. They went in every hotel we went in, and then when we had to go to the funeral all the way across the United States again because her grandmother passed away. We went over to Myrtle Beach. Well, I still had sales of clients that I take care of for books, right? Because we sell comic books. I have the Top Dog shop that sells books. And I don't have it handy, but you know the hardbounds that carry 10 or 12 comics in them that you take to shows and you slide out.
Yeah.
I had one of those, and it wasn't filled to the max. I had over $2,000 worth of comics in that one box. That's what went in the safe when we got to the hotel. And then the next morning I got up, went to Walmart, grabbed some bubble wrap and some tape, went to post office, grabbed the regular shipper that I always get, had it all prepackaged up from the hotel and shipped it out, after the funeral. I mean, so, the comics are portable, and you just got to be able to, but like I said, I'm running out of space. I mean, you can see, this way, you see behind me, that's all boxes filled to the max with books. And I'm at the point now where I've gotten very picky about what I'm collecting and completing and that sort of stuff, just for the simple fact of space.
See, and I've gotten picky too, due to budget.
Yeah,
that's a factor too.
I mean,
that's a big factor too.
Before COVID, we could buy a lot more stuff than we can buy now. Now it's like you don't know if you're going to be at work next week. Now you don't know what the frick's going on. So, the first thing that happens, the first thing people quit spending money on is the luxury, the hobby,
The best meme I've seen in a long time on Facebook was a picture, and this isn't faked because I saw it at Walmart myself, a picture of all the big screen TVs in a row at Walmart, $498, $598, $505. They were all under $600 because guess what? You were getting a $600 check. So Walmart knew, right?
Everybody knew.
It was funny. Big ticket items were just under $600.
Glenn, go to bed.
Say, Glenn.
Glenn, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, Glenn. Go to bed.
But no,
These guys have been having a conversation in the chat, though. They've been talking about digital and using Photoshop and all that. They're just having a conversation in the comments.
Well, see, and that's what's cool. I mean, then we jump in every now and then, kind of talk with them about this stuff. The other thing that's been fun for us is being able to take the physical copies of things that are out there right now. And I don't know if you saw the last couple of ads that we put out there, but it takes 3 different covers, and we're going to do the same thing for Shane's. You take 3 covers and you animate those 3 covers, and then you tie them together, and then it brings those pieces to life.
Sweet.
I don't know if you saw the you saw the stone. Well, you've seen, of course, the thing for the listener, right? You've seen the intro for the listener. That's one way to do it. That's 3 covers. Okay. We just did the one. I can pull it up and send it to you, and if you want to throw it in here and play it, you can. But this is one we just did for Stone's book that you'll have on here shortly. For Journey. Now this is again just 3 panels and a little bit of now we storyboard this out. We say, okay, we want to do animation here, here, and here, but we all start with flat images. And this is just another one of those fun things, and it helps bring attention again to your product, and that's what you want. And I'm just scrolling through trying to find if we saw that one. We saw that one. I'd send you the file, but the digital file is too big. I'm just going to have to send you the Facebook link. Scrolling through. I almost found it. Hang on. Where is it at? Come on. I put one up the other day that said that. You'll love this. My wife said this, and it was hilarious. If I'd have been drinking something, I'd have spit it out. She said, autocorrect is like the mean kid that shouts out the wrong answer from the back of the class and you can't concentrate. That's exactly what it is. Man, I got a ton of stuff on here. Where is it at? Getting close. There it is. I'm going to send you.
John, I'm reading this, and I'm a floppy guy. Okay, I like comics. Graphic novels are cool. They're great to use as readers if you don't want to crack open your 1 through 5 of that run. But I'm a floppy guy, man, and not saying I wouldn't buy your book as a graphic novel, but there's a much better chance I would buy it if it comes out in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 format. You know, that's again just me. We all have our own personal preferences.
Well, like we said, digital serves several purposes. One, we both talked about the fact that if you don't want to crack open your original, it's a good read. If you want to be cost effective, right? If you don't want to, or you don't want to buy the $35 book and you want to buy the $5 PDF, that's another option. If you want to, again, travel across continents, if it's a shipping thing, right? Digital becomes an asset. So there's pros and cons to both. I just sent you over the link in your IM.
He's not talking about the digital. What he's saying is releasing the book as floppies or as a graphic novel, waiting until he's got, 5 or 6.
People do both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't see a reason not to put the floppies out there and then put together the GN when you've got the.
Yeah. We're doing this for the listener. We're waiting till book 3 finishes, and then we're going to do a 1 through 3 trade paperback. So, I mean.
Yep, there you go.
And also make sure that each tier that you do, you offer back the previous books. I always make sure, because someone might come in on your book 2 or your book 3, right? And you want them to have access.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's how you make sure that the access is there. Yeah, John, for sure. If you have them waiting until you've got 5 or 6 books done, you're like right here. You say, I wonder how much patience people have as opposed to wanting it all at once. Okay, it is an instant gratification world. Give us book 1. Give us book 1, dude. We need book 1. We don't know if we're going to want book 4, 5, 6, 7.
For some reason, always come into a book 2 in a situation. I have since the day when I collected a book. The very first book I pulled off the shelf was an indie book, and I still have it. I pulled it off the rack in 7-Eleven. It was a Justice Machine #2 by Comico, right, with the elementals and all that stuff. They came along a little later, but that's the series. Mm-hmm. So an indie book, a Comico indie book right off the shelf of 7-Eleven. I was drawn out of it when I was a kid, right? And so my heart still lies with indies. That's why I'm still so excited to be able to get with creators and do something and help something in the indie world, because that's my background. That's where my roots are at. I just sent you over that link, so when you can share your screen in a minute, if you hit that, it'll play that that promo. It's built into there. See now, 130 pages. We just did a 0 through 3, which will actually launch the next couple of days.
130 pages. That's 3 floppies. You know. And then you put the 3 in one book. I'm trying to get this. You know what's going to happen, dude? I ain't got my backup here. You know.
if you flip the script and we go off of air, I mean, it's 9 o'clock here. You ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
Oh no. I don't even know which one it is. I got so many windows open. Let's see. Is it that one?
It's just I just sent it over. I just sent it over in an IM, and it's just there. It is. Yep.
Okay. You want me
That's
to play
it.
that? You want me to play that video? Is that what
Yep.
All right, everybody. We're playing a video. It's got no sound. Hold on. We're gonna start it over because I didn't have no sound. Here we go.
Three steals is what that is.
March 1st, 8:30 p.m. on Monday Madness.
Yep.
Mr. Abdullah will be here to talk about that very thing.
And that's a graphic novel. That's a larger book. So I mean, but that again, 3 pieces woven together with intermittent. And it's about a 30. That one's I think about 44 seconds, but they only run about 30 seconds. And when you load that, just like I load it to you, that plays straight in someone's IM. So when you email or IM that out there, it automatically loads on their phone, and they're built for anything to be scalable. I could play it on that phone, and it holds up just as well if I played it on the screen. So they're portable. It's a click. It's got an actual individualized link to it. So when you send it out and you tag it on all your posts, it pulls up that video each time and plays it. So what I want to do is basically with your art, Shane, is basically take some of the ones I'm seeing, and we're working on taking some of those individualized images from different artists and doing just that, animating that piece.
Awesome.
So, yeah, John, I have to tell you, it's like you're worried about whether or not people have the patience to wait. You get book 1 in their hands.
Yep.
And then their patience is waiting for book 2, and then their patience is waiting for book 3, and then you have your GN, and you put together Kickstarter for the graphic novel for those people that don't really care for floppies and they want a bigger book, and they're going to get that. But at the same time, you're going to throw out a little, here's some of what's coming in book 4.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? It's like you're always going to be leading them into that next book.
You have to.
Don't make us wait till you got 130 pages done, dude. If you're worried about making us wait, you're already doing that.
Well, trust me, like I said, Dustin's already in the 30s as far as the listener, as far as how much he's written ahead.
Yeah.
And we're just printing as we go. And like I said, after number 3, the trade paperback, the graphic novel will come out.
I think everybody's in the madness. You all should be able to find each other quite easily in the comic related madness on Facebook. Jay, John, Mike, all you guys know where we're at. That's one thing I love. Everybody starts talking about where you can find me. You can find me here and here and here, and then everybody gets done and says, yeah, and they're all in the madness.
Like you said, been growing up a storm. I mean, an extra 200 people since we hooked up. So we're just going to keep at it and keep bringing people in and bringing creators in. And
it's kind of amazing because we're talking about 14 months, 15 months, and 2,100 people, and the growth has never stopped.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it has never, and you guys know I don't pad the numbers. You look down the list; those are comic people. It's not mom and dad and cousin and brother. I mean, even my own family, the people that are in the group are the ones that like comics.
What's funny is my personal page. I'll start getting people start pinging in because out of the 3,000 or something people on my personal page, like 2,500 of them are comic people. Okay, so they go, well, yeah, and they start dropping in stuff in my own personal because it has to do with such a huge comic base there, and that's just in the personal feed.
Yeah, well, see, that's the other thing I can't get. I have 600 friends that are in the madness. I have 1,400 comic friends.
Mm-hmm.
Only 600 of them are in the madness.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I have another 800 people on my personal Facebook page that are not in the madness. So I have to double promote half the time. It's like, hey, y'all just come over here so I can
just come over to my business page.
Do the madness so that I don't have to do this twice. But I don't understand that. It's like I promote the madness on my page all the time. I tell them the madness is where the action is. I don't do anything here. The only reason I'm doing anything here is because you guys keep coming here and not going there. Go there.
You better get a handle on that. You're gonna stroke out over there trying to double hit, man. You gotta get that under control.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I watched it from the beginning do that too, and it's like I'll always post stuff about the group.
Now, see, you don't like that yellow. Why'd you put it back there?
That's because it's the after. I like the after hours look.
You want me to fix that while we're on the air? Because I can fix that while we're on the air.
Oh yeah.
It won't take but a second.
If the only time if I ever hit you up and go, dude, I need this right now. That's the only time I need this right now. half the time I'm sending you something. I thought about it. I don't want to forget it. I'm sending you the message now.
Right.
That doesn't mean I need it now.
That's why I'm always trying to fit your jobs in between other things or after work, or I'm trying to get it that way. It's not, it's
never been that way, because everybody does stuff for me for free. Like when I hit Manny up, yo, Manny, can you do something for me, a different crom or whatever, or I hit Lee up, and these guys all do it for free, and it's never I need it right now. It's never I need it right now, because these guys they have their own work to do.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand that.
I mean, Manny's a busy guy, and when he takes the time out to draw a Valentine's Day crom lady on Valentine's Day for me, it's like I really appreciate that these guys go out of their way and do stuff like that. But it's very rarely that it's like I need this right now.
Well, I'm just glad. I guess I'm glad I'm just part of that crew, because we're out there helping make it happen, and that's the feel good part.
I'm glad that the crew keeps growing, like how Manny hooked up with Dustin, and now he's part of Dustin's crew. He's part of Ross's crew. He's got his own thing going on with Cold Front. Manny's a working dude, okay? And every time that I hit Manny up, yo, man, can you tweak this for me or do something for me? It's like, man, I know I'm cutting into his time.
Right.
Every time I hit him up, I know he's a busy guy. So it's always like, dude, whenever you can get to it, don't worry about it. Whenever.
Well, and we do it for you because, like I said, it's part of the greater good. It all takes time. It all takes time out of all of our days that are doing this stuff. But it's for the common community. It's for the greater good. That's what it brings everybody together. That's what it's for, right?
There's so much that I knew how to do. Look, there's a lot of stuff. If I knew how to do myself, I'd just probably overdo it anyway. You know what I mean? I'd have so much background, this, that, there. I'd just go freaking crazy if I knew how to do the shit anyway. So it's probably best that I'm relying on people that are more professional about it in the first place.
Everybody has their own strength. Everybody has their own natural God-given gift, and to just use that gift, and you use it for for good stuff, and that's what you do. I mean, you have a talent for hooking people up and making connections happen. That's your gift. That's what you do. Shane shares that similar gift. He's got all these different artists pulled together for some amazing things coming out of Australia. That's his gift, right?
I think that was I think the thing that what I used is I don't have no skill. I don't have no organizational skills. I don't know nothing about any of this crap, right? Okay.
That plight cracks me up.
The fact that I knew I could get out here because I did the radio thing, and I knew I could do this like this. Come out here and talk to people and not be, not look uncomfortable or look like I don't belong here. I knew I could do this part of it. This was the skill I had.
Right.
I could fall back on that radio time in my life and go, okay, I can be this personality. I can be this guy. I can do this because I've done this before. I can go out here and talk to people. I can go out here and promote. I can do this. As far as all the tricks, all the graphic tricks and all the, all that's all learning by the seat of my pants. The whole setting up the events, the event posts and all that. You know how much trouble I have with that shit, man. That's not my strength. This part is my strength. They're coming out here doing this. The rest of it, I'm weak as hell all the way around. I'm always somebody help me out. We're gonna help. There wouldn't be no videos. There wouldn't be none of that without everybody else's help. So,
like I said, everybody pitches in. Everybody pitches in to, and I'm pitching in because this was born out of that. So to me, there would be no atomic camaraderie if we wouldn't all got together in panel 9 and had that epiphany of everybody liking what was going on. So that's why I'm promoting back and sending stuff over, and I'm gonna send you a stack of new paper plates because you got a lot more stuff you need to be writing down.
This was back in April when I first decided I was going to do CromCon, the first one, and not knowing there was going to be a 2, 3, or 4. It was just CromCon. Okay. this was the amount of my organizational skills. I wrote
Nice.
the guest list down on a paper plate. We went 3 days. We went Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we finished it with Brian Polito. Okay, that was our first one, and I keep this to remind myself where we came from.
So you're saying you're a paper guy, not a digital guy, is what that's the basis of this story.
I mean, I had the computer right here. I could have made the list on the computer. Now I do that. I do it with the event post. I edit it as I go. As I fill the con,
trust me, I know, because you send me one like every time somebody adds. So I'm like constantly sending that out and bringing people in. I think we brought, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 of them in this last time.
It's like I have to send Kevin every time I add somebody to it. I have to send him the list so he knows what time slots
what's available, and I'm sending that out to creators
because he's trying to bring people in, and he has to have up to date.
Yeah, I got someone coming around, so I'll have to sign off.
All right, Jay. I'm fixing to go out too because it's getting where I got to wind down. 4 in the morning comes early over here.
Thank you very much, Pops. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks for having me.
We're at 4:20, guys.
Well, thanks again, Shane, for coming out. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
We got several more lined up on the road show, so you'll be hearing from the guys.
I'll be on this every Monday now. Check it out.
Yeah,
I'm a viewer now.
Good deal.
And the final weekend of every month, we have the CromCon, and that's how we do it. Shane, it was great meeting
awesome.
you. We're definitely going to talk to you. We're going to get set up for CromCon Australia.
Damn straight.
Looking forward to that. Kevin,
cool.
As always, brother.
Always a pleasure, brother.
Y'all have a good night.
Take care.
Yep. See you, everyone.
All right. That's how we do it. Another great night. Another great night talking to great people, getting some great things done. And, man, now I'm kind of looking forward to that CromCon Australia. I didn't know how it was going to go, but you know what? It's going to be madness. It's going to be madness. Yes. So, hey, I'm going to throw a couple of little CromCon 11. That's right, the 11th. Actually 12th. But the 11th time CromCon is coming at you February 27th and 28th. And watch out, because Sunday night is going to be wild.